Hello everybody and welcome to Wednesday here at the Modus Super Series in Portsmouth. We've had a couple of days of really interesting darts and it'll be fascinating to see who comes through Group A because we have one person in charge and we do have a chasing pack. They're going to have to move in the first couple of rounds today, but let's see how we got here. What this leg might be. Double 10. No fundamental errors there, right there. That was incredible. Oh, yes. Oh, that's magnificent from Kai. Bullseye. What a way to finish that is. Look, is where he went with his third dart there. It was a beautiful shot. This needs to be just a little bit more beautiful. That was so pure. Double 12. Absolutely incredible. That is a world-class finish from Womble. Some really brilliant finishing from some of our parties yesterday, but consistency is going to be key today. It'll be interesting to see who's going to find it. And to help us find the path to the Group A winner, it will be Matthew Edgar today. Thanks for joining us again, Matt. What did we see from Tuesday that really grabbed your eye compared to Monday?
I don't think we learnt anything yesterday. I think yesterday was pretty much more of the same. It was certainly backed up statistically as well in regards to the numbers and everything. The patterns of play seemed to be the same, but I think the big thing was what we saw at the start on those highlights. It was the highlight of the day. The 144 from John Worley, at the point where he really needed something to turn that game around. It all could have started going wrong for Worley had he not taken this out. He was 2-0 down at the time. Stephen Johnston sat on double 8, about to go 3-0 up. Then you're looking at a heavy defeat. Then you're looking at a man just behind you in the table, picking up a vital win on that head-to-head clash. That shot changed it all.
Just a little bit on that 144 finish, because you might think that that is a slightly easier finish than some of the others in that neighbourhood because you can go for the same treble twice. But he had to move twice on that finish, didn't he?
He did. He blocked it sort of with the first dart. His darts do land very sort of flat, sometimes pointing down. So where it was kicking over to the right, he had to move across to get the target. But there's nothing easy about a 144, especially in the context of the moment, because it was just starting to get away from him. And that's what's more impressive, I think, for Worley yesterday. Not just turning up and steamrolling people or having it all his own way. He had to face adversity, and that's going to put him in good stead for today.
There weren't many people who had a better day on Tuesday compared to Monday, but Stevie Johnston was one of those. What did he do better yesterday than Monday for you?
The thing I've enjoyed about Stevie Johnston in everything he's done so far is when we've seen him here before, he's been too excitable. He's been too aggressive. He's been outwardly aggressive. And he's kept it in. And he's kept it in and he's kept it fire inside. And he let it out at the end of yesterday. He really did. But it's controlled aggression now. He's learned how to manage it. I think when he's came here before in the past, he's sort of gone up there and sort of showing up to the moment a little bit, maybe showing off, where now it's like, I'm not here to show off, I'm here to play darts. And he's doing it so well.
Well, what he did yesterday was he grabbed 2 more points than he did on Monday. But when it comes to averages, we've looked at these very closely this week. And what we've seen has puzzled us. What do you make of this, Matt? Because if Kai Gotthardt looks at this, he's going to be scratching his head.
Well, that just tells me one thing, something's lacking, because what you can see here when you look across all the numbers, everyone except Jim Mayer is above an 83 average, which means they are all 6 visits to the board. Sometimes the numbers give us a guide, of course they do, but actually when you look deeper and you break it down, that is 6 visits to board, 18 darts or less required. Now that tells me, although Kai Gotthardt's playing well in there, he's losing big moments and maybe getting his throw broken a little bit too easy at times, which is why he's able to average higher, but he's still within that same visits. He's not gaining anything because he's not getting an extra visit, he's not getting extra darts. So there's something about playing Kai that people are finding a little bit comfortable at the moment, and he's got to change that.
I don't think anything's going to be comfortable today for anybody towards the top of the table, because when we look at it, John Worley does have that lead at this point, but the first 2 rounds today will tell us a very vivid story, isn't that right?
Oh, it could be over very, very quickly today, or we could be on with a bit of a dash. Tom Lonsdale not mathematically out of it yet. However, it's unlikely that it's going to be more than a 2-horse race. Stevie Johnston has to start strong, and if he does, that head-to-head clash could be vital between the pair, because if he can beat John Worsley today, he'll just be 2 points behind, but it's still in Worsley's hands in that situation. He needs favours.
When we look at the outrights as well, it's obvious that John Worsley's going to be a very, very skinny favourite because of his position, but Stevie Johnston at 11-2, if he has a really good first round and second round, that's going to look pretty inviting.
I think the whole thing's very tight. Very, very tight, because, I mean, Tom Lonsdale should have another 0 on there. I think Kai Gotthardt should have another 2 zeros on his. And I think Stevie Johnston, although 11-2 looks a bit of value, he has to beat Worsley. If he doesn't beat Worsley, he's 6 points behind. So first of all, he's got to win that head-to-head. Then Worsley's got to lose at least one of the other games, and possibly even by a scoreline, because he's got 6 legs in the column. Jim Mayer, we know, has only won 1 game at the bottom of the table, so maybe we could say that he's only got to win 3 other matches today, John Worsley. And that's if Johnston beats him. So I think it's very, very hard to suggest 11-2 could be great value there. I think they're very, very stingy odds today.
It'll be interesting to see if, when we come to round 2, he can actually get over Worsley. But before we get to that, he's got to get over Lonsdale. This is going to be the first game today for Stevie Johnston. And ahead of that, we caught up with him. Stephen, another day in Group A. You've been here before where you've been in contention in Group A, but this time you're the chaser, not the chased. How do you feel?
I feel good. I feel it's another experience coming down and not being on the top, going into Wednesday, so I'm hopefully chase John down and see what happens, and it's another learning curve for me down here.
On Monday you played pretty well. Tuesday you played a little bit better, and everything's in your hands today because of the first 2 games that you've got today. You must be feeling really chirpy after the last couple of days.
Definitely, I've not pushed as hard as I can the first couple of days. I'm just letting the darts go in when they need to, and each day I'm getting better, so hopefully I play better the day again, and whatever happens, happens.
The last few times you've been here, you've constantly learned how to behave on the stage and to improve. Can you feel that that's happening for you?
Oh, definitely. I count to 5 in my head sometimes when I just want to let an outburst. I'll count to 5. I'll just do things that I wouldn't normally do. But coming down here and learning and having that experience, it makes you a better player.
But when it comes to the last game yesterday, that was the right time to hit the bullseye and finish the day with a bit of a pump, right?
I wanted to hit that bull and I just wanted to get the building, and that's my games for the day done. And finishing on a 1-2-4 was sweet for me, and it gives me confidence going in about it today.
Well, we think you're going to have a great chance of getting through the group. If you don't, you've probably got Group B sewn up. So is there a little bit of pressure off for you in that regard?
Oh, definitely. When I first came down here a year or 2 ago, there was obviously pressure on me because I didn't come out to suspect. I played counties and that back in the day and things like that, but this is a different experience, but it's good, and every time I come down here, enjoy it. My interviews are not the best, but this is something I maybe need to try on. This is the hardest bit.
Well, the more you win, the more interviews you'll get, but I hope you have a great day.
Cheers, Paul.
All the best. Well, the good thing for Stevie is that the hard bit's over. The interviews are the hard bit for some of the players because they're not used to doing it. So when they go on the oche, they're in their comfortable, their happy place. And this will be a very happy place after a couple of rounds for Stevie J, if he can take out his 2 closest rivals in this table to give us a really, really big climax in Group A. Lonsdale will start the group on day 3 in 3rd position, 2 points behind this man from Falkirk. And with a bang from the start, Matthew Edgar, we are going to find out pretty quickly how this thing materialises.
Yeah, it was really interesting, actually, wasn't it? Listening there to Stevie Johnston and listening to what he was talking about,
First
the
leg,
interview
it's
being
Tom
the hard
to throw
bit.
First. Game on.
I get what he means, because when you go to something like the Super Series,
44.
the UK Open, the World Championship, a European Tour, wherever it is that you're going to be playing your darts for the first time,
125.
you don't have that experience of the room or the environment. What you tend to find is you're doing the interviews is a bit weird. You've got to go for
99.
photos, for the graphics. That's a bit odd. You've then got to go do media commitments. That's odd. All these bits that you're not familiar with, the camera
140.
positionings, the walk-ons, everything that comes with playing in a broadcasted event. But the second
58.
you walk to the hockey, it's still 7'9.25". It's still a round board that you've thrown at your whole life with the same colours, the same
60.
sections. That bit becomes familiar. And when you get there, after all the uncertainty and all that panic, you can often get quite a lot of calm come over you
140.
when you get that familiarity of this moment right now.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
76. Tom, you require 160.
Like I said to Stephen this morning, the more you win, the more interviews you'll have to do. And as much as he doesn't necessarily feel he's strong in that department,
42. Stephen,
if he's speaking to us at the end of the day, that is a good thing. Because it means he will have won the group. Another.
60.
Super close.
Tom, you require
He's been strong in the first leg, trying to break Tom. And he's going to get another poke at it as well.
94. Stephen, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
That's a good
Stephen
solid
Johnston.
start to the day for Stephen Johnson. We have been talking a lot this morning about Johnson, naturally, because
Second
he's
leg, it's
the
Stephen
first
to throw
game of the day.
first.
We've been talking about
Game
Worley a lot, naturally, because he's top of the table. However, you did say yesterday you felt that this group will be won by 22
100.
points. Tom Lonsdale, if he wins all of his games today, will reach 22 points. So with that in mind, this is pretty
98.
much all or nothing for Tom Lonsdale.
Couldn't agree more with that. I think he would understand that if he's got any sort of hope,
140.
he must win every single game he's got today.
99.
But I think something is very important for Johnston coming into this one.
108.
The last game he played on this stage was that game against Lonsdale yesterday where he won 4-0. That'll be fresh in his
Stephen, you
mind,
require
but most
81.
importantly, it's fresh in Tom's. Double 18. And
Game
that's
shot
an
on the
11
second leg,
darter.
Stephen Johnston.
Signal of intent right there.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
I suppose this goes down the road of one of my favourite sort of things when I look into
81.
matches. That all matches are worth the same, but they don't mean the same to both players. To some players it means so
55.
much more. I was at the European Tour this past weekend. Callan Ridds reaches the semi-finals. The other three players in the semi-finals was playing the
140.
Swiss Darts Trophy. Callan Ridds was, if he won it, would be in the Grand Prix, would be in the European Championships. It would have changed his short-term
60.
career. And you get those sort of moments all the way through. Certainly here at the Super Series, where you get people that
82.
this is the biggest stage they've played on, this is the biggest opportunity, and they're playing against players who played in World Championships, played and won major tournaments.
85.
The players don't view it the same, which is why we get these really great cocktails of groups.
93.
I've spoken to quite a few of the players this week, particularly about the averages from the first couple of days. And
40.
all of the players
Tom,
I've
you
spoken
require
to say we don't even look at the
105.
numbers. For
57.
the first time in this match, Johnston is lagging. Now, what we'll do in the next leg is we will paint
85.
a
Tom, you
vivid
require
picture of what
48.
could possibly happen in the first two rounds here. Double 16.
16.
He will return.
$60. Tom, you require 32.
Yesterday, Tom was 34% on his doubles.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
Tom
that kind of
Lonsdale.
mark, it will be useful. But I just get the sense if someone could find a day
Fourth leg. It's Stephen to throw
where they've
first.
got an average of about 86 to 88, and they're about 40% on their doubles. They could really do some damage. But
100.
just to emphasize the point of the first couple of rounds today, if Johnston was to lose this game,
180.
which is more likely when Tom's doing that,
140.
and Worsley was to beat Gotthardt in game 2, the gap at the top would be 6.
177.
Well, speaking of 6, that's perfect 6 for Tom Lonsdale so far. The 144 with the big story of yesterday.
57.
It could be
Tommy
the story
require
again today.
144.
Oh, he just stuttered on dart number 8.
84.
If he stayed in rhythm there, that had a chance. But the moment there was a hesitation, we all held our breath.
100.
And now he's got to work hard just to win the leg.
Tommy requires 60. Game shot of 4 flag.
This game
Tom
is
Lonsdale.
delivering. 87 average for Lonsdale, 96
Fifth
for
flag, it's
Johnston.
Tom to throw
But that does
first.
not paint the
Game
picture
on.
of the quality we've seen in this game. We've seen a 12 darter and an 11 darter.
93.
And we've gone, I say we, Tom's gone 7 deep into a 9.
60.
If you're Johnston at 2-0 up after the 11 darter, you're thinking, right, this game's mine.
99.
Now his thought process is very different.
$15.
They're just bouncing off the first start, those was. And this could be a problem now for Johnson, who it all started so well for.
139.
Now in big trouble.
He couldn't get the 9 darter.
Require 107.
Can he get the biggest finish?
28.
The good old emotional swings of darts. We tend to get more of them on Wednesdays and Fridays
95.
here. And
Tommy require
a
142.
little bit of that on Saturdays, I guess. Down for the 57.
64.
This leg isn't over yet. If Johnston can get 2 trebles...
100.
Now, was there
Tommy requires 78.
a case for the bullseye with the last dart, I wonder?
Game shot on a fifth
It didn't make any
leg,
difference
Tom
in the end.
Lonsdale.
That's 3 straight legs for Tom.
I actually like the
Sixth flag,
19s
it's
on that
Stephen
last
to
play
throw
as well.
first.
1-3-2, a
Game
much
on.
easier finish, and you've got the chance of hitting the treble as well, which will bring the score down to a 2-digit.
41.
From 2-0 up, Johnston has not had a dart at a double.
96.
He's been closed out. And that is a phrase that doesn't get used enough in this sport. We use it a bit in
100.
cricket, which is another form of the game. But when you're closing someone out, that is a beautiful sign. It means that you're getting shots
82.
at doubles, hitting them, and your opponent isn't.
And it's not that Johnson's come too far off the pace.
140.
That Lonsdale has really raised his performance in the back part of this game.
Fascinatingly, what did I say that
60.
we needed to see from someone in a realistic sense to do damage? Lonsdale is averaging 86 and he's got 42% on doubles in this match.
140.
This is one of the quicker fixtures that we're going to get today.
99. Stephen, you require 80.
Are we going the distance? Double top.
60. Tom, you require 164.
We may just go the distance still.
140.
one mistake,
Stephen,
And
you require
Lonsdale will
20.
be in waiting.
$10. Tom, you require 24.
That could be the biggest mistake he's made this week. Because
Big shot
Lonsdale's
and the
taking
match.
him out.
Tom Lonsdale.
And that could be catastrophic for Johnston winning this group. He may just have to battle for his Group B spot from this point. But now all eyes turn to the second game of Group A on Wednesday, because Worley, who has not lost to Gotthardt this week, now takes on the German again. And if he beats him for a third time, his Group A ambitions may be coming to be very fruitful. Back to the action in round one on Wednesday then. And John Worsley will be a very, very happy bunny when he comes into this first game of his day, because he's just seen his closest challenger fail at the first hurdle. If he doesn't do that, he's going to have a 6-point cushion going into round two today, where he will take on Stevie Johnston. He could realistically get the job done in the first two rounds today, Matthew Edgar. It seems like everything is coming up Womble.
That was the absolute perfect result for him. The problem is this isn't the perfect game, because Kai Gotthardt has a talent. When we look at what he's been doing on the Challenge Tour, he's been getting Pro Tour call-ups and picking up some good wins. Massive win against Damon Heta, one of the top 10 players in the world, and a really good in-form player as well. So we know that Gotthardt has some real quality about
First
him.
leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
We have yet to see it here at the Super Series, certainly in regards to the timing. Today, he is starting in the bottom half of the table on just 8 points. So realistically, his chances of being
62.
able to really progress any further in the table, 6 points away from a Group B position, are pretty much done. So this is like a big practice session now for Kai Gotthardt. Do we start to see the best come out of him under those circumstances?
The last couple of days, Kai has won 4
78.
points both days. He's the only person to lose to Jim Meyer.
121.
But I'm trying to find the positives. He's never lost in round one over the last couple of days. However, he has lost twice to Worsley. So where
6.
does that leave us with this fixture?
I'm going to pose a bit of a question here. Is he throwing quicker today?
60.
We'll keep an eye on that. But maybe looking at the table, he feels like there's no pressure on him. It feels like he's been living in fourth spot the whole
97.
week.
Car you require 140.
If he can jump to third and be in Group B, he's going to be a problem for everybody in that group.
100.
Well, we know John Worsley is the 1 to 10 favourite to go on to win this group. He's also the favourite now to win the week at 5 to 2. But if you want a bit of value, I think Gotthardt is the value here.
26. Car you require
9 to
40.
1 weekly odds from this position. We've
Gates
seen it
on the
before where
first leg.
people struggle with a Group
Gotthardt.
A campaign and then go on to qualify and do well. We saw it last week with Andy Hamilton.
Second leg,
Really
it's Kai
struggled,
to throw
didn't he, in his Group
first.
A campaign,
Game on.
and then ended up winning the weekly title. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a similar story with Kai, certainly on the evidence of the
96.
starter today.
When you start off with a 13 darter, you might start thinking to yourself, I think today's going to be pretty good.
96.
They all set out looking to win 20 legs on a day like today.
36.
That's what John did on Monday. He's actually won 39
42.
throughout the course of the week, and he's 34% on the doubles for the week. He's the biggest 180 hitter as well, hitting 11.
57.
A lot of the metrics, he finds himself towards the top. But this average this week, it's been hovering just under 85 for the entire week.
41.
Predominantly, that doesn't tend to lead a Group A after 2 days. But he has found a way
58.
to be the king of this castle so far. And I've got to pose this question. Even though he hasn't played his best dart, does he still feel like he's a little bit invincible?
60.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the second question is
140.
that feeling a little bit dangerous coming into a day like today?
Again, yeah, fully agree. Because Worsley will see the finishing line here, won't he?
92.
And that could be a
Car you
problem as
require
well.
114.
Especially when you're getting hit hard early here by Gotthardt and Worsley yet to get going here on day 3. And does that result
54. John,
of the
you
match
require
before Tom Lonsdale beating Johnston
170.
again lead Worsley into a place that's a little bit too comfortable?
$55. Car you require 60.
Double top.
Game shot on a second leg. Kai
2-0.
Gotthardt.
For Kai Gotthardt here, could throw the cat amongst the pigeons, but when 2-0 was the
Third
scoreline for
leg,
Stevie
it's Johnston
Johnston,
throw
he didn't win
first.
another leg after that.
Game on.
That's what John Worsley wants to do from here. Having a perfect day on a Monday is one thing.
93.
Having a really good Tuesday is another. You can put yourself in the box seat to get the job done.
83.
But finalising the job is another matter. We've seen many people who can't go wire to wire in Group A. We've seen people
137.
fail to win the group and then fail to make Saturday subsequently from another group. If Worsley was not to win Group A,
85.
he will feel not just disappointed, but doubly disappointed because he's been leading this thing since pretty much round 1 of Monday.
72.
And they're coming today thinking 3 wins will get the job done. and he'll look at the group of players that he's in there with. He'll look at what they've been doing.
80.
And he'll think, well, Jim Meyer, bottom of the table, only won one game. There's one win. Then Asbury's only picked up 3 wins. There's 2.
99. Car you require, 153.
The danger is you can just start to see your lives get ticked off one by one.
87.
But he's not playing very
John,
well in
you
this
require
game,
100.
is John. He needs something to happen.
$80. Car you require 66.
Dart players are very easy to read when things are not going their way. Double top, sorry.
26.
I'm still thinking about John's previous
John,
visit.
you require 20.
But now he is back for 10s.
Game shot
That is a
third
very
leg,
positive
Tom
dart.
Worsley.
And a much needed hit at the double. Because just imagine if Kai had hit tops for
Fourth
3-0.
leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
There's a gulf in the averages. Massive, massive gulf.
81.
And at 3-0, you just can't see John coming back from that.
No, not the way we know that Kai Gotthardt really does run in from the front, doesn't he? When he gets in front, when he gets a bit of an advantage, he just
95.
drives home. A player that's got a lot to play for at the back end of the year as well, Kai Gotthardt.
58.
It's always good when you've got something on the horizon, something to look forward to, something to practice for, and we've got that European Super League coming up soon. That will carry a spot in regards to
100.
the Alexandra Palace. And he's the sort of player that you won't be surprised to see come through that field and book himself a place in the big event.
100.
It's going to take some winning that. Got Nico Springer, who's probably going to be in that. Amongst a whole host of burgeoning talents in Germany.
140.
I've attended that event a couple of times. It is hard work for those players.
98.
Good thinking there from Kai. He's got his head screwed on the right place today because we are seeing some people this week leaving bogey numbers like John has there on 166.
$30. Car you require 164.
He's not cutting a very positive figure on the stage, the Womble.
But remember yesterday,
104.
similar sort of situation. He was
John,
up
you
against
require
it. 2 trebles and a double
136.
combination on the 144. Won't be able to repeat the feat, and Kai Gotthardt, who missed the dart at tops in the last leg to be 3-0 up, will be expecting 2 for a 3-1 lead.
60. Car you require 60. Game shot on the
works this
fourth
time.
leg, Kai Gotthardt.
John's got a lot of work to do. We've talked
Fifth
about
leg, it's Johnston
2 or
throw
3
first.
different situations
Game on.
in the first couple of rounds today. But we didn't talk about what if Johnston loses and Worsley loses.
58.
Now that brings Lonsdale back into the fold. Consequently, Lonsdale has Worsley in
60.
round 5 today. The penultimate game of the group.
So let's indulge in that for a moment and let's pretend we're Tom Lonsdale. How do you want the Stephen Johnson, John
99.
Worsley game to go? Because if Johnson wins it, that's 2 people you've got to go past. But if Worsley wins it, you've got a big gap between yourself and
41.
the top of the table. It's a tricky situation, that one, in game number 4.
Lonsdale just has to keep winning. He's got to beat Asbury in game 5.
60.
We haven't even seen Dan yet, but we will in the next game when he plays Jim Meyer. But whoever is top,
98.
I don't think he wants them to go further. I think what Lonsdale wants is for Kai to win this game and for Johnston to win John's next game after that. Keep the top spot restricted for now, and he can keep chasing.
Lonsdale won't be able to land a
126.
blow on Stephen Johnston because he's already done that in game number 1, a 4-2 success over Johnston. After Johnston had a 2-0 lead.
100.
Went 7 into the 9 darter as well as part of that turnaround. But is this the start of the turnaround for Worley?
58. John, you require 85.
If he misses this, he runs the risk of losing the game by 3 legs.
$51.
Now things
You
are getting
require
risky.
118.
Hold on to your hats, everybody. Because
Game
Kai
shot.
Gotthardt
And the
has
match.
dealt a
Kai
huge
Gotthardt.
blow to John Worsley's comfort blanket at the top of the table. He's still got the 4-point cushion, but as games start to run out, things have not gone the way of Johnston or Worsley in round number 1 today. And we will take a little bit of a break from the race for the top spot as we have Jim Meyer up against Dan Asbury in game 3.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who were around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match.
Steve
Steve
West
West.
has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes!
shot.
Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters!
The cat has been thrown amongst the pigeons in the first couple of games. Even though nothing has really changed, we still have a 4-point cushion for John Worsley at the top, but he's not going to feel comfortable with that anymore because he's got Stevie Johnston next after this. As for Jim Meyer, he did pick up his first win, the man from Luxembourg, yesterday in beating Kai Gotthardt in the final round by 4 legs to 3. He had to work really, really hard for that. Survived a 1-3-2 checkout from the big German as well. But Dan Asbury, who starts in 5th position today on 6 points, he's got an 8-point gap between himself and Tom Lonsdale in 3rd. So you would feel, Matt, that maybe he has to settle for Group C this week.
Yeah, it's sort of cut adrift, hasn't it, the pack? We sort of noticed this yesterday
First leg,
towards the back
it's
end of
Jim
the
to go
day that there was a
first.
clear separation
Game
between the top half and the bottom half of the table. But I think we've seen more from Dan Asbury than the league table suggests we have. He's only picked up the 3 wins, giving him 6 points on the table.
140.
There has been very little in regards to deviation of the performance for Dan Asbury. It's been very solid around that mid-80s. His high average isn't much over his running average, which means he is very, very consistent. But what he just needs to develop
45.
is just those little bursts within the game, because although it's been very good and consistent, it's been very one-paced.
60.
I think you've categorised that perfectly. I tend to compare a lot of dart players to athletics.
98.
And how races are run. You can say that Dan Asbury is a 5,000 metre runner.
96.
And he can run 65 seconds a lap every lap. But he doesn't quite have the ability to get from the back of the pack to the front.
140.
Or that ability to burst forward. Like a great 5,000 metre runner. And at the minute, he is just in the middle of the pack.
93.
Waiting for another
Jimmy
race.
requires 78.
Double 12 for the first leg for Jim.
54. Dan, you require 156. $59. Jimmy required 24.
He's kept his composure super well this week as Jim.
Game shot of
Because
first
he's
leg.
really
Jim
struggled to get some positivity this week. I was speaking to him briefly this morning.
Second leg, it's
And
Dan
he
to throw
felt
first. Game
like he should have won 3 times on Monday, and the group would have been so different had he done that. They are his words.
56.
Yeah, they make a lot of sense. I'm going to have a go at my own Dan Asbury analogy now, I think. Because, like you, I've compared it very, very similarly.
108.
I would say it's very similar to when you're driving on the motorway and you put it in 6th gear. You're saving lots of fuel, your
59.
revs go down, but when you put your foot on the accelerator, it increases very slowly unless you drop it gear. And, oh, hold on a minute. We've been teased to 1 already. This is going through the gears. This is like dropping it down to 3rd and putting your foot to the floor.
Come on, Jim. Do it for
80.
Luxembourg.
Jim, you require 141.
Do it for yourself. I think we all wanted Jim to hit that. Because I think, with all due respect to everything he's done, he's played at the Europe Cup recently.
105.
Had a really good run with his team. Individually, that would have been the biggest thing he's ever done.
Well, it could be a 10-darter, which is the best we've seen so far.
99. Jimmy
And
requires
this is really,
36.
really bad news for Dan Asbury. Double 9.
27.
There would be a lot of people at the top of this sport who would have bust that.
Or just split it and set it up for something a little
Jimmy
bit more
required
convenient, because
9.
now it's under a bit of pressure.
Game shot of
What
second
pressure?
leg. Jim Meyer.
This is more like it. Are we going to see the real Jim Meyer today?
Third
2
leg,
legs in,
it's Jim
averaging
to throw
97.
first. Game on.
He's got people taking notice. Maybe he plays better when he doesn't wear yellow.
81.
He did take part in the Bullseye Challenge this morning alongside all of the other players. And he did not disgrace himself whatsoever.
180.
After a week where we have struggled in the 180 department, things are getting better.
45.
We had 2 in the first game, 2 in the second game, and now we've got 3 in this one, and we're only 2 and a bit legs in.
It's as if everyone's really settled in today, hasn't it? We've had a good start to the morning here on Wednesday. We've been teased to the 9 on 2 occasions.
96.
When speaking to Jim this morning, it was fascinating to hear his accent. There's a little bit of French in there. There's a little bit of German.
100.
His English is exceptional, by the way, which I'm not surprised by.
I think is it
59.
Belgium that's like got
And
a
you require
mash of like
131.
French, Dutch, like different languages and
Yeah, French, Dutch, Flemish.
115.
That's a really nice response from Dan. Trying to take 131 the old school way.
140. Dan, you require 16.
He's been 28% on doubles for the last couple of days, which is not quite going to cut it.
Game shot on a third
He's
leg.
got to be
Dan
more
Asbury.
accurate. And I always say you've got to be visit perfect. As close to that as
Fourth
possible.
leg, it's Dan to
You don't
throw
have to be
first.
100%. Ever.
Game on.
But if you've got 3 darts at a double, like he had there, as long as he's hitting in the visit, that is always good enough. But there's one other thing as well that we've seen from the last couple of days with Dan.
85.
Too many wild darts. And particularly when they've been on important singles.
85.
He is in unknown territory. The last time he was in a Group A, he won it by the finest of margins
140.
against a great field. Now that he knows he's not going to win this one, he's going to have to play Thursday and Friday,
41.
which he has not experienced before.
$58.
it was a real strong start, wasn't it, for Jim Meyer, but just now starting to get a little bit wayward, starting to lose the line on the 20s and the 19s.
22.
Feels like this one is starting to turn.
That's what happens when you buy milk on a Friday.
96.
The following Wednesday, it can turn and go bad. Not that I'm trying to compare Jim to milk.
$79. Dan, you require 122.
He's got the luxury of doing anything he wants from this 1-2-2. 57 tops.
62.
I've noticed something about Asbury this week as well. It's something that myself and Chris Mason have talked about at length. He doesn't fully fold out his flights.
43.
They're quite flat.
Dan, you require 60.
He obviously likes them like this. A lot of people don't.
40.
He's got too much comfort at this point in the game. He's getting too many looks at doubles. And the averages have completely
100.
flip-flopped.
Dan, you require 20.
All of a sudden, Maya is averaging 84, and this guy's got more in the tank.
$10. Jim, you require
That
131.
average going to be dropping after just one successful hit at double from 8 attempts, but he's going to get more. But this is a sign we're not seeing from Dan Asbury yet. A little bit of
91.
frustration
Dan, you
kicking in.
require 10.
Frustration maybe about to build.
Game shot of 4
He's done really well there. You can sense from Jim that he was hoping he was coming back for that 3-1 lead, but it's
Fifth
not going
flag,
to happen.
It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
And big relief for Dan. Things may have been getting quite desperate in this game had he not hit that double two.
60.
You're a collector, Matt. Did you read
96.
Desperate Dan as a kid?
I didn't read it, but I know what it is.
You are either a Desperate Dan person or
140.
Beano person. And Desperate Dan's favourite food was cow pie.
Yeah, it was more Beano because you used to get
80.
more free gifts stuck to the front of it. And if you collected enough tokens, you could send it off and get a Beano mug.
I bet you've still got the mug.
Got 3 of them, yeah.
125.
Now, things aren't quite desperate in the table for Dan because he knows where he's going.
140.
But he would very much like to have a better day than yesterday.
60.
The only people who got less points on Tuesday than Monday were Asbury and Worley. Everybody else either did the same as they did the
81.
previous day
Jimmy
or
require
improved,
116.
which I think is a really interesting stat. Double top for the lead again.
76. Dan, you require 104.
This could be just like the first game of the day. Someone goes 2-0 up, and then they find themselves... Oh, that's a big slip. He's left himself double 13 from 104. That's
Gage
weird
on a fifth leg.
and
Dan
wonderful.
Asbury.
He may never hit that
Sixth
checkout
leg. It's
that
Dan
way
to throw
ever again.
first. Game on.
What is it this week, Matt, about Dan Asbury going for singles? And shots like that, he has missed so many of them.
100.
Maybe you're finding what the potential problem is in regards to why he's not turning these decent performances into wins. Because there's got to be
96.
something somewhere. Is it just taking an extra dart on the setup play, and that extra dart then moves you into another block of 3, which then means you need an extra
58.
visit. And when you're playing the players at the top half of the table, you don't get that luxury.
Well, let's be frank.
85.
Most players at this level and the Pro Tour are playing 6-visit level darts,
96.
aren't they? But it's just a question of how often you're going to the 18th dart or the 17th.
140.
If you're more likely to have 16 darters as a mean level, you're a Pro Tour player, probably. But if you're erring towards the 18th, you're more likely
41.
to be at this level. Very few players in the world, and I'm talking about less than a handful,
100.
have ever been 5-visit players on average.
$58. Jimmy require 80.
To take us all the way. Double top once again. This could have been a match dart.
60. Dan, you require 148.
Dan Asbury will be hoping for a match start here, but he's going to need to find a couple of trebles, which he's not able to do.
58. Jimmy required 20.
Conversion 2 from 10.
Game shot
Now
on a
make that
sixth
3
leg.
from
Jim
11,
Meyer.
which is 27%. They are both on that
7
number.
from final leg.
3
It's Jim
from
to throw
11.
first.
They are 3-3 in legs. Their averages are 6 points apart, but right now, that means nothing.
What means something, though, is the advantage of throw, and that is in the favour here of Jim Meyer.
58.
But he doesn't make use of it. Offers an opportunity straight away here.
140.
An opportunity greatly taken there by Dan Asbury. Needs a treble.
96.
Big last start there for Jim Meyer. Keeps him interested within the leg, but Dan Asbury could essentially get that breaker throw in the opening 6.
And I've noticed as well
96.
that Meyer has left 3-4-7 after 6. You spoke about this yesterday, and why would you start down there?
133.
Now, if he's looking for a 177 to leave 170, fair enough, but that one is a bit unconventional.
A maximum on the 19s wouldn't have even left a finish. So you was just
58.
about to praise him there for the mathematics, and instantly before our eyes, it changes.
43.
That may be the worst dart he's thrown in this match, just when he didn't need it. That's one of the best visits Dan's had all day so far, albeit in his first game. That is a guaranteed look to beat Jim for the third time this week.
And you'll be expecting
Dan, you
at
require
least one
67.
dart on the outer ring.
Double 16.
51.
One chance
Jim, you require
might be all Jim needs
113.
to get his second win in a row in this group. He
53.
misses his goal,
Dan, you require 16.
and Asbury comes back for 8 and replicates what he
And
did
the
a little
match,
bit earlier on
Dan
by
Asbury.
hitting double 8 with a second dart. There was a little bit of an exhalation there from Dan, as if to say, I really want to send a statement to the rest of the field for the week by having a good Wednesday, and Wednesdays don't start better than when you win your first game, which he's just done by 4 legs to 3. "11 rounds down and 4 to go. And without further ado, the next chapter will come with this being our story so far. John Worley, who lost his first game today, stays on 18 points. But that leg difference of his, that's come down by 3, getting a little bit closer to Johnston and Lonsdale, who will try and get closer to him over the course of round 2 and round 3. But now we have what we call a 4-pointer. John Worsley wins, the gap is going to be 6 points. But if Johnston wins for the first time against Worsley this week, that gap will only be 2, with other people trying to chase as well. Fascinating first round, Matt. What did you make of it?
Well, it's kept it interesting, hasn't it, for the day? It's kept it all open. Kai Gotthardt, I think, is the standout performer of round 1, and I'm surprised it's took this long for me to be able to say that, because he looks on paper to be the most informed and standout player. He could
Game on.
well and truly be that spoiler today, and he could cause a few problems, but this is the big one at the top. They'll both feel opportunities passed them by in game 1, and with that in mind, lap number 1 went the way of John Worsley, because we're still in the same situation where he's got a 4-point gap, but now instead of there being 5 games left,
41.
there's now only 4. So despite losing, he's probably just become an even bigger favourite.
140.
That's the best thing about Wednesday. We look at the intricacies of what happens and what can happen with games running out.
100.
That's why people like the run-in of the Premier League and other football leagues in April and May. We get it every week.
100.
And we know the benefit of winning this group as well. You get the 2 days off. You can use them as you see fit.
Stephen, you require
But it's the guarantee that you're coming back on Saturday. If you don't win this group,
137.
there is no guarantee. Starting games strongly
96.
has never been a problem
Stephen, you require 24.
for Johnston. And he started this one strongly as well.
Leg, Stephen Johnston. Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
What we can also say is that Worsley's now lost 2 games in this group.
$27.
His confidence might be dented. But if he can still win this group,
96.
he will feel like this place is somewhere he has to succeed again. He always makes Saturday night when he comes here. He's never failed.
26.
But he is not playing very well today, if I may be blunt.
85.
And he doesn't look particularly comfortable up there.
We talked yesterday, didn't we, about the possible
100.
process and the possible thought patterns that could go through the mind of Worsley. He could feel, I haven't started playing yet and I'm top of the table. Or
85.
he may feel a bit vulnerable where he thinks, I've got to up it soon, or these guys are going to start beating me. And if that was the case, the concern levels would have risen when he lost 4-1 to Kai Gotthardt and now has to try and
36.
find a breaker throw on Stephen Johnston. And the way he's playing here, 12 darts thrown, he's still left in the 300s. The likelihood is he's going to have to find 2 breaks a throw, because you feel Johnson may be about to break Worsley, who is at the back
65.
of the head, shaking his... Back of the head? He's at the back of the stage shaking his head. Back of the head shaking the stage. That'd be a different one, wouldn't it?
We'd have to call tactics on him if he did that.
79. Stephen, you require 170.
Another thing I like to look into on Wednesdays, it is what time of day are people strongest? What I can tell you
63.
is that Johnston has
Stephen,
not
you require
lost
65.
in round 2 this week.
Game Shauna's second leg.
And he likes
Stephen
establishing
Johnston.
2-0 leads, doesn't he? But if he keeps playing the way he is, and John keeps playing the way he
Third
is,
leg, it's
this
Stephen
will
to
be
throw
4-0.
first. Game on.
This is nowhere near being close.
59.
And that is where you can see the evolution of Stephen Johnston, because if you would have put this game on a year ago, at that point, he would have let an almighty roar and he would have really tried to sort of command the moment
58.
and then ultimately just lose his way for a little bit. He's keeping it in. Controlled aggression.
140.
You were saying yesterday about advice you got from Michael Smith about always keep something in reserve. We know how much fuel Stevie J's got.
99.
He's almost still got a full tank.
140.
I could easily sit on my pedestal right now saying he should have gone 18s there, but based on what we've seen from John
123.
so far in this match, he's not going to leave a finish, and he almost did.
$81.
He halves his score, but missing the 25 there and the bullseye makes the next visit just a little more difficult.
140. Stephen, you
Is
require
John getting his act
81.
together just at the right time? Or will he be stopped?
56.
This has
John,
to
you
go.
require 81.
May just be the bullseye himself.
$35.
Can't save himself on the
Stephen,
ball
you
this time.
require 25.
For another leg.
Game shot on the
That
third
may be the
leg.
biggest
Stephen
dart he's
Johnston.
thrown today so far. 3-0, and John Worsley's in huge trouble now.
Well, we
Fourth
spoke
leg.
about
It's John to throw first.
the wins, the
Game on.
losses, the points. Let's indulge a little bit deeper, because on Wednesday it's more than that. Second deciding factor, legs.
60.
This is a double header, because every leg Stephen Johnston wins, John Worsley is losing a leg.
60.
And when we take a look at the live in-play table now, as things stand, Stephen Johnston has him beat on legs. So if he draws level with points with Worsley, he will actually jump him in the table. So even if Worsley can't completely turn this around, he needs to get legs on the board here,
81.
or he could find himself in a spot of bother.
140.
Well, if I may, Matt, just looking at the way that John's played in this second game and a little bit of the first one,
95.
his feel doesn't look good.
I've
100.
got to agree. He's racing very quickly into the oche here, which is when you're trying to find something, when you're trying to just force a little bit of rhythm,
87.
he's in big trouble here.
This is not just a possibly brilliant victory for
100.
Johnston. This is not the worst result for Tom Lonsdale. He plays against Asbury next. His ambitions of winning Group A might just be getting started.
45. Stephen, you require 101.
Double top.
61.
So close
John, you
to the
require
ideal scoreline for
133.
Johnston. And he may still get it.
53. Stephen, you require 40.
Double 10. Not again.
20.
He's got history
John,
of
you
missing match
require
starts,
80.
especially yesterday. To save it.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
I don't know
John
about you,
Worsley.
Matt. That is a good checkout, but that dart went in at a very different angle.
Fifth flag.
It did.
It's
The
Stephen to throw
release isn't
first.
working at the moment,
Game
is
on.
it? Releasing early, releasing late. We did mention yesterday He was blowing on his hands a lot, wasn't he?
99.
Trying to sort of get some heat into there. Something he's not been quite doing today, but I wonder if there is just a little bit of cold in the fingertips still for
100.
Worley, who, as we alluded to yesterday, has lost a lot of weight, which will change things within the body.
100.
Johnston yesterday had 2 games that he won. One, he missed 8 match starts before he won. The other one, 5 match starts.
140.
But back on your point about the extremities feeling uncomfortable.
140.
If that's how you feel on one day, if you turn up and do exactly the same things the next day, who's to blame? Now this time I'm going to give Stevie Johnston the smallest of tellings off for leaving 162 because he shouldn't have this time.
85. John, you require 140.
Wow, okay. I can get behind that effort.
120.
He gave it a really
Stephen,
good
you
go.
require 77.
Does Johnston get the job done this time?
57.
That's now
John,
5
you
match
require
starts.
20.
And Worsley is still kicking.
This one on the Johnson darts. They're a long way off.
No score.
Never
Stephen,
scared
you
it.
require 20.
Stevie J wants this done before any more trouble.
10. John, you require 20.
Will he get closer to 10s this time? Close enough.
On a 5th leg, John Worsley.
He's thinking nothing else right now apart from how am I still in
6th
this
leg,
game?
it's John to throw first. Game on.
And if he goes on to win it, change your nickname from Womble to Bulletproof.
Don't Wombles steal things?
26.
I'll have to trust you on that one. I never used to watch the Wombles.
I think they steal things.
I was more of a raccoons guy.
140.
I like Button Moon. Things like that.
Classic.
139.
That's more like it.
180.
The first 180 of this game. A second one of the day.
100.
And believe it or not, only a third of the week.
100.
And if he gets over the line in this one, it'll be pure relief. But getting to the winning double has not been a problem.
140.
Hitting the winning
Stephen, you
double has been
require 81.
another thing indeed. Double 18.
45.
The weight goes
John, you
on
require
after 10
96.
darts are missed for the match.
This would hurt. That's inviting.
Double top. That is an
Game on
amazing
and
finish for
stick
2
leg, John
reasons.
Worsley.
In fact, 3. Possibly 4. 1, he's hurt
Seventh and
Stevie J
final leg,
big
it's
time
Stephen to
with
throw
that
first.
shot.
Game
2,
on.
he should have gone treble 20 with the lie. And that was so good, I've forgotten the other 2 reasons.
140.
Fair play, though, to Stephen Johnson here. He's been hit hard. He's missed so many opportunities. It'd be so easy for him to stand shaking his head and cursing his luck, but kicks
6.
off with a 140 here, trying to be commanding on his darts. And again, straight back in the red.
83.
Composure.
Make sense of that. He has not played well in this game, apart from a couple of
137.
smatterings of quality. He's been behind in these numbers the entire match.
81.
He survived 10 match darts. But if Worsley wins this leg, somehow,
125.
he'll have created a crater between himself and the rest.
That last start, though, not staying straight.
70.
Two different last starts there. Johnston saves his game with the last start. Worsley put himself on to a non-finish. Even just a straight dart would have gave him an opportunity.
44. Stephen, you require 127.
He finished the day on the bull yesterday.
59.
If Worsley
John, you require 135.
can do the same by finishing on the bull or something else, this will be one of the weirdest results we've ever seen here. Bull. Oh, that was close.
110. Stephen, you require 68.
Double four.
Game shot.
And on match start number
Stephen
11,
Johnston.
Stevie J gets the result, and we may just have a scrap developing in the middle portion of Wednesday's play in Group A. The relief of Johnston is palpable. He had multiple visits to take that match, and in the end, he had to survive a match start from the person who was still at the top of the table, remember. But in pursuit, we still have Tom Lonsdale, who takes on Dan Asbury next.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out the heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Yes, don't forget that you can be here on Saturday nights at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If you want to see the weekly finals, just follow the QR code from the previous bit of footage, or you can go to dartshop.tv and pick the week that you want to view. We do have a lot of darts coming up here on London Road in Portsmouth over the next 3 months. October, chock-a-block with Super Series action, same for November, but over the course of November and December, we do have some ADC Tour finals, and we have the ADC Global Championship as well, so watch out for that coming
First
your way.
leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Well, let's focus on this match. Match 5 of 15 for Wednesday, and with all due respect to Dan Asbury, this is all about Tom Lonsdale.
140.
If he wins against Asbury for the 3rd time this week in a row,
45.
he will elevate himself to 16 points alongside Stevie Johnston, who right now is probably needing a bit of a sit down.
140.
And that would mean that both Lonsdale and Johnston would be only 2 points behind a certain John Worsley at the top.
81.
Well, there's your visual. And it's not going to be good reading for John Worsley, who had a cushion not too long ago.
6.
This is as things stand. So if Lonsdale, as you mentioned, is to get it, he will go level with Johnson on 16, and Worsley will have some issues. The good
58.
thing, though, I
Daniel
suppose,
require
for Worsley is how the
161.
remaining fixtures are going to break down, and certainly that next cycle of fixtures.
99.
Now, Lonsdale's got the benefit of seeing what happens before he plays.
57.
Even
Daniel
though Gotthardt has
requires
got
62.
Maya next, that doesn't affect the top of the table, but he's had information from Johnston and Worsley in the previous game.
56.
And he started slowly in leg 1 here. The leg difference is not a big deal just yet.
100. Daniel requires 16.
One thing's for sure, it can't get worse than it is right now.
Game shot of first leg, Dan Asbury.
Dan strikes me as the
Second
kind of
leg,
player
it's
that
Tom to throw first.
when the pressure's off,
Game on.
he's got to be dangerous.
100.
Just taking a break from this game for a leg, Matt.
46.
What are you looking forward to when it comes to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the rest of the year? Obviously, Champions Night in early December, but
59.
Global Championship, ADC Tour Finals for the men and the women as well. What strikes your fancy?
Do you know what? There's an awful lot. But
59.
I'm going to be really selfish about this. Getting my darts out and actually giving it a go myself for
100.
really the first time this year.
And I'm gonna dangle the carrot a little bit. You just heard from Matt that he's going to play in this series.
96.
You should see his group. Oh my word!
I've tried changing the week. We just can't find any other dates so it suits, but I would happily
96.
change from that week.
It is ridiculous.
$108.
That's ridiculous in a good way.
Tommy require 146.
Biggest finish of the week is 144. Tom's got a nice little 140 in his locker.
122.
He's done really well
Daniel
there.
require 120.
But it's down to Dan to see whether it's 2-0 to Asbury. And it
Game shot of
is.
Second leg, Dan Asbury.
A very good shot. Closes the door on Tom. And these 2-0 leads today,
Third leg, it's
they're
Dan
no guarantee
to
of
throw first.
success. But you'd rather be in
Game
Dan's
on.
shoes right now than Tom's. That's only his second ton plus finish of the week.
85.
Tom's been in this position already, hasn't he?
177.
And he turned it around with 4 great legs. Game number 1, 2-0 down to Stephen Johnston, won 4 legs to 2. So he's got positive experience.
59.
And he's also started a leg with perfection, like he did right there.
140.
Going back to your question very briefly, I'm going to give you now the unselfish answer. Seeing Connor Scutt on that stage, because I think that is the last time we see him on that stage, possibly ever.
I agree with you.
128.
Which means, in a grander scheme of things, there are going to be a lot of players coming here in this series
60.
who we
Tommy
might not see
require
again.
56.
This is their last chance, maybe, to get a Super Series title.
38.
Well, Lonsdale has had darts at a double now,
160.
but he's offered Dan another chance. Chances on at tops again.
140.
Now you can breathe,
Tommy
Tom.
require 18.
Is that too close? I think it
No
was.
score.
I think it was a
Daniel
hindrance, that
requires
dart, not a
20.
guide. Is that a guide?
Gage
He's
on
more
the third
clinical on
leg,
the
Dan
doubles in
Asbury.
this match than maybe at any point this week, and things certainly aren't going
Fourth
smoothly
leg,
for the
it's Tom
top
to throw
three.
first. Game on.
Well, John Worsley may be adding Tom Lonsdale to his Christmas card list soon, because
58.
Tom Lonsdale did the damage against Stephen Johnson by beating him, put himself back into contention. And if he goes and loses straight after, he eliminates himself from contention.
140.
So he could be a bit of a ally here for Worsley in regards to league table
57.
possibilities.
And let's not forget as well that if anybody is keeping track of certain statements today, and Christmas mentioned on October
90.
the 2nd, cross that one off, because Matt's already mentioned a Christmas card list.
I also mentioned Christmas trees yesterday as well, so
84.
you can tell I'm starting to get a little bit festive. Not only that, I've also already had one of those Christmas puddings. Not the actual Christmas
96.
pudding, but you know, the chocolate Christmas puddings. I'm already indulging Christmas jumpers tomorrow.
138.
You're going to wear a Christmas jumper on October the 3rd.
I think it'd annoy a lot of people.
Yes, it would.
Which is why I'm tempted by it.
135.
Dan
Tommy
is
require
very tempted
164.
to win this game 4-0. We've waited
42.
2.5 days
Daniel
for Dan
require
Asbury
40.
and his A-grade stuff to turn up. It's
Game
just
shot and the match.
shown up.
Dan Asbury.
He's won his first couple of games today. He had to scrap against Jim Mayer in game 3. He did that very, very well, but with the darts there, he's crushed Tom Lonsdale by 4 legs to 0 and dealt a serious blow to him with his ambitions in this group. Well, well, well. Just when you think darts can be somewhat predictable with numbers and form, Dan goes and does that.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God!
Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
We have just seen our third 4-0 victory of the group, courtesy of Dan Asbury, and a 95.43 average with 4 out of 9 on the doubles and a 120 checkout, which really was very, very impressive at the time. Tom Lonsdale, however, at the end of that 4-0 victory, what we can say is that he's been involved in every 4-0 victory for anybody here in this group. So, now we turn our attention to Jim Meyer up against Kai Gotthardt, who has set the tone for the day after beating John Worsley in his first game.
Kai to throw first.
We've got chaos in Group A. Can we see a little bit more, I wonder? But Kai, at this point, is not in 4th position anymore. He's been overtaken by Dan Asbury.
135.
But any victory here for Kai will put him back in his own house in 4th position.
$115.
Now, although Jim Meyer lost his last game by 4 legs to 3,
97.
he looked so much more dangerous, didn't he? The losing average there, better than anything he produced yesterday, where he was dwelling around the sort of 70s for the majority of the day. This, a mid-80s.
60.
Looking dangerous, big hits. I wonder if today we are just going to see him be a little more settled, but it feels like a long time since we've seen Kai Gotthardt on the hockey.
That's because a lot has happened. And a lot's going to happen over the next couple of days as well.
Kai, you require 142.
We'll get into the Group B and Group C dynamics in the next leg.
94.
But yet again, Kai is starting very brightly. How many times do we see it?
136.
People have trouble
Kai, you
in
require
the first couple of
48.
days. And then when there's no pressure on Wednesdays, they start to play just like they can.
Game shot of
And that
first leg.
15
Kai
data
Gotthardt.
proves that point.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
If things stay as they are in this table, Gotthardt, Asbury and Meyer
60.
will be in Group C with former weekly winner Chris Quantock of York, Killian McCormack of Ireland
100.
and Joe Croft. Group B this week. Fascinating.
97.
Adam Lipscomb. And you can guarantee a full house here if he makes Saturday. Shane McGurk, one of the favourites.
108.
And Sean MacDonald of Scotland. We haven't seen him in a while.
43.
I'll say one thing, Matt. When Shane McGurk is here, I'm looking forward to making some Shane O'Mac references.
100.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about his darts case. I'm sure he'll be standing up on the table to show us all his branding.
You know what I wish we could do?
57. Car you require 121.
Actually, we'll get into it in a second. Let's see if Gotthardt can take this out.
65.
Right now, he's in dominant mood.
$96.
First game of the day, Gotthardt averaged 89.1.
$36.
Even though he missed those doubles there, they were very close.
I think this is the Kai Gotthardt we've been waiting to see here at the Super Series. He's not quite showing his best levels up until now. Despite being the highest averaging player, he's not turning them into wins. Today feels different. And you've got to say, if Kai Gotthardt does drop into Group
Third
C,
leg, it's Kai to throw first.
he's got to be the favourite to go through.
I can't dispute that whatsoever.
140.
Yeah, one thing about Shane McGurk, though, when he's playing on Thursday and Friday night, it would just be nice at one point for him to come out
60
with that, here comes the money.
$140.
Kai Gotthardt is in a ruthless mood here. We are yet to get a ton plus average this week. But if anybody's capable of it, I think it's Kai.
I still think he represents amazing value for the week at 9-1. When you look at the players in here, he is the most active at the highest of levels. Playing in the Pro Tours this year, picking up wins on the Pro Tour.
100.
He's a very, very dangerous player.
161.
Far, far too big at nines.
61.
And a fabulous counter as well. I love that route on 161 because when he gets the single 19, he automatically,
93.
without thought, goes straight to the 17s
100.
to try and leave tops.
$60.
Is Jim going to get his first start at double?
108.
He should. He does.
76.
Might be the only one he gets.
You require 40. $20. Jim, you require 32.
Not as ruthless as earlier in the match.
Game shot on a third leg. Jim Meyer.
But we're not going to have a bagel in this game. That's a break back for Jim.
Fourth leg. It's Jim to throw first.
Seems to be a little bit more, I don't want to say determined, shall I say grit on the face of Jim Meyer today.
78.
Saw it again there, just that little bit of a grimace, that little bit of a snarl, that little bit more fight in him today. And that's not going to come from an external factor like the league table. He's going to be finishing bottom of the table, we know that. What that's coming from is maybe the fact he feels better today. Sometimes you get to the venue, you start practicing, everything feels right. You don't think of the mechanics of your throw at all because it's just there. The release is on point. Maybe we're seeing that from Jim today.
100.
And it's certainly coming out in a better performance again. Averaging in the high 80s, which is a massive improvement on what we've seen on day 1 and day 2 by about 10 points.
We talked on Monday about the fact that Jim has the national
57.
record for an average here at the Modus Super Series. That will only get you so far, though.
97.
What you
Jimmy
need is
require
consistency,
126.
leg in, leg out. If he's pegging back players like Kai when he's playing like this, maybe there's more to find.
84.
Missed shot of the bullseye. Kai can't do anything about the next one.
83. Jim, you require 42.
That dart's going to be in the way now because his dart's kicked left.
26. Kai, you require 95.
And Kai could be very close to success if he can find 2 doubles here. Just seems to have lost his way a little bit over the
Jimmy
last 3 or 4 minutes.
16. Game shot on the 4th flag.
Very well
Jim
found.
Meyer.
We have a level game after that hot start from the German.
5th flag. It's
Classic
Kai to
reaction
throw
from a
first.
human being right there.
Game on.
Looking up and shaking his head. Some things just can't be stopped.
It looked like Kai couldn't be stopped though,
100.
didn't it? But the first couple of legs, very, very solid. And as you say, just not been able to continue in that same vein. And he's encouraged Jim Meyer now. Jim Meyer sensing a chance back into
68.
this. But he does need to find another break from somewhere.
100.
Interesting day on the Pro Tour yesterday, by the way, Matt. The win for Vessel Nyman. And Anderson doing things that made us all a little bit dizzy.
I think the biggest story for me,
39.
certainly in regards to the Super Series, was Ted Everts' great run. He was a player whose career completely stalled, and
60.
it looked like maybe he's not going to fulfill the promise he had as a youth player, where he was the most dominant player on the development tour in an era with Dimitri Vandenberg, Luke Humphreys,
83.
Michael Smith, was it briefly as well?
Nathan Rafferty.
And you look at what Ted did during that period of time,
121.
and then lost his way, lost his card, didn't look like he was going to be a player that was going to be challenging to get it back with the levels he was playing. Came here, wasn't successful,
141.
but then
Kai, you require 120.
double trouble week, reached the final. Did lose a 2-0 lead against Rob Thornton, but was
88.
that the
Jim, you require
start of Ted Everts
170.
2.0?
$100. Kai, you require 32.
And Kai getting his first start at a double for a couple of legs.
16.
And he's got it surrounded, but
Jim,
it's
you
not good enough.
require
Is Jim
70.
taking the lead after being 2-0 down?
$54.
What a big chance that
Kai, you
was.
require 16. Game shot on the
And that
5th
would be
flag.
a
Kai
big,
Gotthardt.
big relief for Kai. He's got the lead back. And he's looking to be, at the end
6th
of
flag.
round
It's
2,
Jim to throw first.
one of 2
Game on.
players who have not lost. Dan Asbury is perfect today. 4 points
82.
and +5 in leg difference for the day. If Kai wins this leg,
95.
he's exactly the same.
$60.
We're seeing colour combinations on the dart shirts of Jim this week that you don't
45.
normally see. Brown and yellow, brown and grey. In fact, you don't see many grey dart shirts, do you?
121.
It's almost a little bit of an old Chris Dobie shirt.
Oh yeah, good call.
71.
Although there was a slightly different star on his.
So he slightly looks like Kim Hybrex in a slightly Chris Dobie shirt, with a slight
58.
John Henderson throw.
$42.
He's got a slight chance of winning this game as well.
60.
First task at hand though, hold on to the throw and then attack. The guy Gotthardt darts in the decider. He's going to get time to do
56.
that.
Jim, you require
Kai does not want to go the
120.
distance again with Jim. Yesterday, it didn't work out very well at all. He had that monumental 1-3-2 finish
60.
against Jim yesterday. And he had 3 out of 4 on the doubles. But he lost the match 4-3.
168.
That's
Jimmy
impeccable
requires
counting
60.
from the German. Is that in vain, I wonder? He's moving back to the middle, which is exactly what he should do.
50.
But that might be that.
Now you require 24.
For an ending break.
Game start. And
Kai
the match.
Gotthardt played
Kai
very well in the
Gotthardt.
first 2 legs and played very effectively in the last 2. So he gets his second win over Jim Meyer for the week and his second win of the day. So it's a better start overall for Kai on Wednesday, winning his first 2 games. That one with a very suspect 82 average, because in the first couple of legs it was around 98. But it's good enough to win by 4 legs to 2. Two rounds down for Wednesday, so let's have a little bit of a look as to where we stand then, and things are very interesting. The first game that we've got in round 3 involves Stephen Johnston, who is in an attacking position. If he gets a certain result in this game, he can go top. John Worsley has lost both of his games so far today. Tom Lonsdale is not out of it, but when he lost to Dan Asbury by 4 legs to 0 in the previous round, he was dealt a huge blow. Let's see what happens when we have 5th taking on 2nd right now, because there are people in the practice room right now who are cheering for either player, that's for sure. Lonsdale, he wants Asbury to win now after Dan beat him in game number 5, just to peg Stevie back. But is John Worsley going to get another favour in this one, courtesy of the man from Telford? I wonder.
Stephen Johnston's looked very, very good
First
today,
leg,
hasn't
it's
he?
Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Certainly in the scoring phase of the games. The issue the same as yesterday when it comes down to those match darts, but he's had time
41.
on the match darts because he has outscored his opponents by so much that he's been allowed to have 8 or 9 darts at the back end to get over the line. However, Dan Asbury
45.
always been there or thereabouts. You don't feel this is going to be one of those games where he's going to have that many opportunities.
41.
And certainly a couple of edgy ones here on, as Steve Johnston will recognise the importance of the situation, especially with Worsley's next game.
140.
Coming up against Jim Meyer, the man at the bottom of the table, with just 1 win to his name. This is a must-win game.
125.
What we can say about that 4-0 win for Dan against Tom Lonsdale is that he
140.
registered the second best average of the week in winning 4-0.
100.
Is he the danger man today? Can he be the person that stops somebody winning this group? And the early evidence
136.
is very encouraging for Asbury fans.
81. Dan, you require
Not to mention
40.
himself.
$35.
He was caught in two
Stephen,
minds
you
there, wasn't
require
he? He was hoping that
113.
Johnston wasn't on a finish. And he didn't step back and survey the situation and paid the
Game shot of
penalty.
First leg, Stephen Johnston.
Yeah, you could see the clear glance, couldn't you, over to the scoreboard.
Second
and,
leg, it's Dan to
you
throw
know, it
first.
almost was like a look over
Game
in
on.
panic, wasn't it? Like, I don't really want to be going for this double 5, and you saw why. Dragged it violently low. But is that one of those things you feel he maybe should have been aware of before even approaching the
134.
hockey?
Yes, I think so.
100.
You might not be a player who wants to look at the score sheet. But in certain situations, you have to.
100.
Yeah, certainly if your decision making is going to be based on the scoreboard, which it clearly was on that last dart.
96. 44.
I'm curious about the Asbury situation. At times,
45.
he's looked just the tiniest bit Super Series rusty. Well, his call-up to this week was quite late.
140.
I just wonder if he will improve as the week goes on, because that ring rust will somewhat
117.
fall off.
Dan, you
A
require
bit like
83.
Stevie Johnston's second flight there, which seems like it's been capitulated.
Game shot on a second
He's got a little
leg,
bit more
Dan
time to fix
Asbury.
it because he's lost the second leg.
Third leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on. $137.
I think this is a really good indication of where the ADC is.
56.
The standard of the players they are sending our way from both south and north of the border.
100.
And let's be also quite frank with this as well. Players that until the
140.
ADC system came into place and the Super Series, we hadn't really heard of before. They're not players with those CVs that have been in
58.
tournament, challenging for tour cards, top of the challenge tour type players, players doing well on the WDF. These are new players. Players that maybe didn't have the
96.
opportunity to play those systems before because they required travelling, expense and everything that comes with it. And it goes to show how many
95.
unearthed gems we may have missed out on over the years.
Very true. I think some of the players that we've seen from ADC, domestic
100.
especially,
Stephen, you require
they would have stayed
111.
local. They wouldn't have travelled because they didn't really want to. But when things came knocking on their door. They took notice.
75. Dan, you require 109.
Perfect. Gets the single.
77.
And gives the
Stephen,
109
you
a really
require
good scare.
36.
But
Shot
now
of
he's
third
behind.
leg, Stephen Johnston.
Here's one for you. About your old good pal Glenn.
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
I first met Glenn at the end of the last century at a local tournament in Gateshead. I asked a few people about him and said,
56.
he looks pretty good. Oh, yeah, Glenn's good. He's from Middlesbrough. How much longer did it take for him to
6.
travel? If the ADC system was around in, say, 2000 to 2010, that system could have unearthed
42.
Glenn Durrant sooner. That's an extreme example, but it proves
100.
what they're trying to do now alongside us here at the Modus Super Series.
I'm sure there are dart players out there right now
6.
watching this who are playing in their Super Leagues and their local leagues who are like, I know just the guy they're on about. That's
45.
Dave from the Duck on the Pond. It'd be great if he travelled out and did things. Everyone knows that guy, and we want to find
59.
them.
41.
And what this place does is it fast tracks their stage experience as well.
140.
look at Adam Warner. When he came here, he was a debutant. He won a week. Within about 2 months, he was a tour card holder.
85.
And he's hit a 9-darter in
And
the
you
last week.
require 144.
There's a story I'm enjoying following at the moment as well. Someone who's played here very recently.
40.
Gemma
Stephen, you
Hayter.
require 170.
Yeah, we're not just talking about the guys.
105.
We're talking
And
about the
you
lasses
require
as well.
104.
Couldn't get the 109.
$76.
Did he want that 19 or
Stephen,
did he
you
want a
require
7?
65.
Is that another missed single? It's
Game
another
shot
hit
of
double for
fourth leg,
Stevie.
Stephen Johnston.
3-1 for him. And what I can tell you is, if he wins
Fifth leg, it's Stephen to
this
throw
leg,
first. Game on.
he's going to be in such a good position.
140.
And if Worsley was to slip up again, Johnston will feel very good about his chances of making
44.
Saturday today.
$83.
It might not have started the ideal way when he lost 4-2 to Lonsdale, but since then, things have worked out for him.
92. $58.
I count us, Matt, as experts of Super Series darts. But trying to predict what's going to happen today is like
58.
trying to predict the weather on Saturn.
Well,
Six.
I suppose we'll know a lot more after our next game. That one, I think, is going to be a telling one, and a lot of people will be thinking John Worsley is going to steamroller it. However, Jim Mayer has
140.
shown some very
Stephen, you
interesting
require
signs so far
160.
today.
140.
Somebody's on a
And you
match
require
opportunity.
167.
And he's going to get them as well. If he can get rid of it with a more clinical nature,
80. Stephen, you
it's
require
going to be 2 wins
20.
from 3.
Game shot. And the
That's
match,
more like it.
Stephen Johnston.
He doesn't need multiple visits this time. And Dan Asbury is stopped in round number 3 for the first time today. He'll have to settle for 2 wins from 3, just like Stevie. But with that 4-1 win, Johnston, for now, is top of the table. He never wastes any water on the stage, and he doesn't waste time leaving, because now we take a break, and when we come back, John Worsley all of a sudden isn't top of the table anymore. The middle game of the day, we'll see John Worsley with the throw up against Jim Meyer. And now Womble is not top of the table. However, he has the same points as Stevie Johnston. He's got the same leg difference as Stevie Johnston. But the legs one column, which is the next separating factor, Johnston is top by 1 leg. But he has played one more match, making this fixture really crucial to see if John can get back in the winners column for the day. And if he can get to 20 points, he will have the lead going into round number 4. He hasn't been cutting a positive figure today on the stage. Is that about
First
to change?
Leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Well, John Worsley today has lost 2 games. That is more games than he has lost in the entire week until today. But he'll fancy his chances here against Jim Meyer. But I said before the break, I don't think this is as foregone a conclusion as it may look on initial inspection. When you look at the man top of the table, and then you look at the position of which Jim Meyer is, bottom only winning 1 game,
29.
you'd think 1 to 5 on Worsley that the odds compilers have gave us is an absolute steal. However, on the evidence of today, Jim Meyer is the better player.
96.
He's won more legs. He's got a higher average. Maybe this could be a bit of a curveball potential, and Worsley would be fair warned.
And just remember, everybody tuning in on our YouTube channel, if you are having a flutter today, please gamble responsibly.
81.
It's over 18s only, and gambleaware.org for more information.
$80.
Like I said, Worsley's got the throw, so at least he's got that in his favour.
95.
It's just a question of whether he can use it. And if he can get off to a better start as well. He was swept aside by Gotthardt in game 2.
115.
He put up a
Johnny
great
Require,
fight against Johnston
129.
in game 4, but ultimately fell 4-3. Double 18. Gives him something positive to swing on. That is brilliant. 3 pure darts and one of his best checkouts of the week.
To throw first. Game on.
He looks puzzled. As if to say, well, where's that been?
It doesn't have to be here
45.
all day today. It just has to be here at certain times. The damage was already done going into today. Just needs to cross that line, does John Worley. Hasn't been working for him in games 1 and 2, but we said before a dart was thrown, if he can win 3 games today, he's pretty much there. This, one of his last 3 games of the day.
140.
He's got Meyer in this game. He's got Asbury in game 10. And then has a bit of a wait for his final fixture in Group A, when he's got Lonsdale in game 14. Johnston will play after Worley in the final round. Meaning John's responsibility for the best possible scenario is do enough in the next 3 matches so that Stevie J's last game doesn't even matter.
$140.
First day of the week, he didn't even wear his own dart shirt. Yesterday he was in red. Today he's trying to be ice
41.
cold in ice blue.
Jimmy Require 154. $48. Johnny Require 157.
That puts Peter to that. Well, it's a nice recovery.
83.
Still in
Jimmy
the balance in leg 2.
106.
I don't know whether you've noticed this, Matt, but a lot of
92.
Jim's darts are lying low.
74.
Always best to check if you're not sure. You don't want to be a player that goes for the wrong shot. You don't want to feel like a Worley, do you, Womble?
34. Jimmy Require 14.
Bed's still open. Not anymore.
10. Johnny Require 40.
This for a breaker throw for John Worley.
Game Shiner,
No
second leg.
problems
John
whatsoever there for Worley, who's a little bit more business-like in this one as he saw his lead get evaporated in that last game.
Throw first. Game on.
This is not a bad performance as well. 34 darts for the first couple of legs. 2 out of 3 on the doubles. With that 129. A lot more buoyant.
85.
Maybe he's just getting off to a really cold start today. We tend to associate that with Mondays. Possibly Tuesdays. But Wednesdays?
41.
Was he just caught in the blocks a bit in the first couple of games? We said earlier on that there was a danger
60.
that he had a 4-point cushion still after Monday and Tuesday. That there was a risk of feeling a little bit too relaxed coming into this final day. And even when you're not playing your best darts and you've still got that 4-point cushion,
60.
subconsciously you might be thinking, well, that's good enough to do it again. Maybe today is a bit harder than Monday and Tuesday.
41.
Today is always going to be harder when you're in the running because it's that psychological blow of the
100.
goal and the achievement that's in line. Because we're not just talking about the place on Saturday night, the players also paid for places in a Group A
41.
campaign. And the biggest prize check obviously goes to the man at the top of the table. So not only do you get a couple of days off, not only do you get that place on Saturday night in the final 6, but you also get a nice sizable paycheck.
100.
It's a big, big difference between first and second.
As there should be.
58. John, you require 96.
He's going to go double-double. Didn't really need to.
Game
Oh, he
shot
did it
of
earlier and
third
he's done it
leg,
again and he's
John
3-0 up.
Worley.
So who are we to give him some sort of critique? In
Fourth
that
leg, it's Jim
moment,
to
going
throw
double-double
first.
when your opponent is
Game
on
on.
195, that's debatable. And I'm trying to be kind.
It doesn't look settled though, does he, Worsley? Even at 3-0 up.
100.
He's 3 ahead. It's going all right for him. Myers only managed to have 2 darts out of double in the game so far, but Worsley's still
60.
looking a little bit puzzled, which tells me he's still not quite happy with that technique.
$57.
When people come into a week like this, we try to establish favourites based on form, but on Mondays especially, we do that with reputation.
60.
Because John is someone who has graced the Pro Tour with a tour card. Someone who has been to multiple UK Opens.
83.
Because of his experience at his age, I guess we just expect him to perform. But let us not forget as well, he's one of only 2
60.
former weekly winners here with Chris Quantock this week. And we always say they're more likely to win here because they've done it before.
83.
If we were to look into the 2 years that John was on tour,
93.
I would be flabbergasted if he was averaging anywhere close to what he was doing those 2 years this week.
58.
He's playing a very different pool of players in a different setting. All you've got to do is beat who's in front of you. That is the biggest thing.
58.
He's still not happy.
120.
Great shot from Jim.
Flag, Jim Meyer.
Best thing about that
Fifth
120
flag,
finish,
it's John to throw first. Game on.
he stops John getting any sort of chance for the match at that visit.
But was it only a
60.
temporary hold? Because Worsley's going to have 2 opportunities with the darts to get this done. So you feel he's going to get opportunities.
140.
I wonder if John's into horticulture. If he likes flower beds and nice gardens. Because there's a place not that far from here up the A3.
123.
And if he went there, he could be a Worsley Womble.
83.
Wisley's a very beautiful place, by the way,
100.
up in Surrey.
I mean, I've spoke to John Worsley on many occasions, but I can't recall him ever talking about flowers. So I've got a feeling he's not.
120.
When you go to some darts tournaments, you do get flowers. Or in the case of Dave Chisnell, when he went to Belgium, he got a packet of biscuits. I'm not joking.
58. John, you require 97.
If John hits this, though, give him the cake. Or he may just take the cake. He went double-double on 96. Why is he not going double-double on 97?
We've just seen Jim take out this 120 to get his opening leg. If he does it again, we're back to game on. That's awkward. He hasn't moved. Really do feel he had to move to get around that one. Just tried to power it through, wasn't able to do so. And Worley, ooh, gets one match start.
40. Jim, you require 60.
Turns out he did need the second. He might not get it in this leg. And he doesn't.
Fifth leg, Jim Meyer.
Double top for Jim for the second consecutive leg.
Sixth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Check Jim out causing chaos.
Game on.
Everything looked so rosy when it was 3-0. Now things are on throw.
$140.
Notice how John did not look at the dartboard there at all when Jim was throwing.
Well, good job he didn't, because he wouldn't have liked what he saw.
57.
And the damage again, potentially in the legs column. Worley, if he could have got over the line with a strong legs difference here, would have re-established that secondary criteria, which I think at some point today is going to come into play. If he does get it done in this leg, we'll go to plus 14. If not,
96.
There's a danger he might not get it done at all.
You can see Tom Lonsdale in third position, by the way. When he plays Kai Gotthardt after this, he could lose that third spot.
97.
Well, we thought it was done, didn't we, in regards to that midway cut-off and the table. A lot of people thought it was done in regards to the top, but this is starting to open up.
100.
And Worley starting to revert back to what we've seen from him throughout the day. And the biggest issue for me, for Worley, is the fact he's not landed a 2-treble blow
59.
at any point in this game.
This is a bit like Stevie J yesterday. He had 19 in that left-hand column and nothing else.
140.
And he's waited until Matthew Edgar has illustrated it to bring the first 2-treble visit.
$58. John, you require 108.
Which treble can he find? That will do. Double top.
68. Jim,
2 darts for the match missed. Does Jim take us all the way? Yes, he does.
Sixth leg, Jim Meyer.
If he wins 4 straight legs from 3-0 down,
7 from
it
final
will be the
leg.
most
It's
ridiculous
Johnston's
result
Game
possibly of the entire week. That game that Worsley had with Johnston, I thought that was a wacky match.
100.
We're off to the wacky races with Womble.
In this situation, Jim Meyer's probably just happy to get to a last leg shootout, where Worley, you've got to feel there's going to be a bit of panic here, because he's got people breathing down his neck, and Johnston will probably be the biggest Jim Meyer fan going right now. But look at this from Worley, digging deep when he needs to the most.
140.
On Monday, John beat Meyer by 4 legs to 2 against the darts. And then he beat him again 4-2 yesterday with the darts. Was never really in trouble in those games, but this time he is having to dig deep, like you said, Matt.
Showing so much character as well is Worley. Down to a finish after 9. Maya can't reach a finish, so this is all about Worsley now. You feel he's going to get match starts and plenty of them.
Require 121.
Yeah, you don't build character by beating people to 0 or 1 or 2 all week. You build character by getting yourself out of jail with quality.
97.
When you need it. And he's found it just when he needs it here.
$100.
Double 12.
Only require 24.
To get over the line.
Game shot and the match.
There are no
John
words
Worsley.
to describe the amount of character that John Worsley has just shown. He really wants to win this group. But after winning that game 4-3, after being 3-0 up, that shows that when he digs deep, he can do an awful lot. It hasn't been a great day for him, but he will love the fact he's won that game by 4 legs to 3 with an average of exactly 87. Welcome back to the roller coaster that is Group A this week. And let's see how things have transpired so far in round number 3. We are still to see the end of the round as Lonsdale has got a game in hand against Gotthardt. And as you can see, Gotthardt, if he wins this game, he's going to jump to 3rd, which is interesting in its own right. But John Worsley has just vaulted back to the top. Only just, though, the leg difference is close. The points, very close as well. The final 2 rounds will signify who wins this group after all. So now we go back to this game, which will see a really interesting dynamic. Not just to see who still has a chance of winning this group, because if Lonsdale wins, he's still in there, but only just. But if Gotthardt wins, what we've got is Lonsdale out of the running to win the group, but Kai in the driving seat for Group B.
And you feel with a player with the quality
First
of Kai
leg, it's
Gotthardt,
Tom to throw first. Game on.
If he's in Group B, you feel he's going to be going through to Saturday 3 from 5. You don't see him being the bottom 2 of a group of 5, so possibly
134.
a big swing in regards to that Saturday night qualifications.
140.
I will make you a bit of a guarantee here, because I wholeheartedly agree with
69.
you. If Kai Gotthardt gets into Group B and doesn't qualify for Saturday through it,
134.
I will publicly wear a Baltimore Ravens t-shirt, because I believe in your statement that much.
44.
I'm sure our social team right now are just clipping that up.
96.
I'm so confident I'm not even going to buy one. Kai's played really well today.
93.
At times, he's
You
looked
require
really sharp.
131.
His counting has been right on point. How's his 131?
Game shot. And
Sharp
first
as a
leg,
razor.
Kai Gotthardt. Second leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
When Kai finished up yesterday, he lost to Jim Meyer. He's still
100.
the only person to lose to Jim. But he looked very dejected when he left the stage after game 13
59.
yesterday.
Game 1 today, I said, it feels like he's throwing a bit quicker, and then it felt like he slowed back down again.
100.
Once again, I'm going to say it again. He feels like he's playing quicker and throwing firmer.
140.
We have had someone on our social feeds asking what kind of darts these are.
57.
We have it on good authority that they are his own brand of dart from a company called Evolution, which is a German company.
57.
Case closed.
Yeah, you can't imagine these would be a
140.
set of darts you'd just go into your local shop and find on the shelf. These are a very unique thing that I'm sure we worked for a long time with
81.
the manufacturer
Now you
in order
require
to
104.
get this type of dart. Because it's not something you could go, do you know what? Just cut a bit out here, add a bit there, taper
52.
that, add all these rings on.
Now you
Yep, that's for
require
me.
164.
Shots on. Bullseye.
139.
Oh, I bet that looked good in the air.
Now you require 52.
Double 16 again.
20.
Another chance for
Now you
Lonsdale.
require 25.
These guys are motoring along.
9. Now you require 32.
German efficiency on the outer ring.
24.
Apparently not.
Tom, you require 16.
That train does not call at this station.
Game shot.
But
of
that one
second
does.
leg, Tom
Slightly
Lonsdale.
delayed. But now he can hop on board.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on. $96.
Now that it's 1-1, we can say that it's pretty much as they were at the start of the match.
123.
But isn't it frustrating when you're Kai Gotthardt, you took out that 131, you then miss a handful of darts at the double and the 2 in the previous
93.
shot. It almost just feels like you've wasted that big moment and shot to get the breaker throw when you just hand it straight back in that fashion.
57.
He's now got 2 big finishes this week, and they're right next door to each other. 131 and 132.
83.
But the quality of play today has definitely been better than the last couple for me.
125.
Maybe I'm biased because the tension of the table, the culmination of the group scenario, but it just feels
97.
like the quality has been better than the last 48 hours.
Well, one player whose quality's really stepped up is Dan
46.
Asbury. He's coming up next, and
Tommy
he's got the
require
darts against Worley.
132.
That could be a really telling game in regards to the final cycles of fixtures.
100. Car you require 150. $54. Tom you require 32.
No
Game
problem
shot on the
whatsoever.
Third leg, Tom Lonsdale. Fourth leg, it's
If
Kai
Tom
to
can
throw
win this
first.
game,
Game on.
he will go to 16 points. He will be 4
58.
points behind Worsley. He still has to play Worsley in game 14
42.
to have any chance whatsoever. He will need Dan Asbury
99.
to beat Worsley next. If that doesn't happen, Lonsdale is out no matter what he does. Or should I say,
31.
he's not going to win the group. He's not out.
$60.
That's my only worry for Gotthardt this week, when that right shoulder gets involved. And the
58.
release becomes too late. That right shoulder is just way too engaged.
78.
Maybe that's why he's alternating between the pace as well,
80.
just to try and find where that release point is. It's one of the worst places to be when you're out there competing, because sometimes you just get into these modes where you try to work out the dynamics of your throw and the mechanics of your throw, rather than just engaging in the battle.
96.
That
Car you
was
require
a big
32.
telling maximum visit.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Kai Gotthardt.
He's had some ups and downs on 32, but this time it works.
Fifth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you go into a battle, or any darts match for that matter,
140.
I always say your thinking must be minimal. It shouldn't be eliminated.
100.
If you can have one or possibly two very easy things to remember going into a match,
58.
and you can remember those things throughout, and you know they work, then technically you can't go far wrong.
140.
I remember in my career, I was always working on at least one thing. And
133.
predominantly, it was just one thing to remember going into a match. I know that one thing is working, so I'm going to focus on that.
91.
However small it was.
Tom, you require 170.
This is not small.
145.
It was a very, very big
Tom,
fish.
You require 170.
Just like this is.
90. Tom, you require 25.
Catch your breath, everybody. This game is rapid.
Game
And it's
shot on the
3-2
fifth
Lonsdale
leg,
with a
Tom
14-dart leg.
Sixth leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
This is good from Lonsdale to resist the challenge, because we're talking about that Group B place, but as we keep liking to remind
40.
people, there are financial incentives for positions. So this for Lonsdale would probably be a game that before
59.
he started today, didn't think it would have too much riding on it, but it's actually his Group B space and the pounds in the pocket.
60.
If Lonsdale gets one more leg, he will create a 4-point cushion between himself and the German
99.
with 2 rounds to go.
$21.
It's very unlikely that his position will change in a negative way if he wins this match.
57.
Gotthardt has got Johnston and Asbury left. 2 of the players of the day.
100.
People are stepping up today. Of that, there's no doubt. But we expect them to.
139.
When there's stuff on the line, these people are winners.
96. Tom, you require
But
147.
not down to a finish, so Lonsdale guaranteed 6 darts now. This is just purely a setup shot. but he doesn't find a big treble, and that leaves him work to do. Gotthardt will sense an opportunity. Certainly if he can find another big power treble.
83. Tom, you
Oh,
require
that last start was
90.
jerky. 2 doubles. There's one. And there's the second one.
And the match.
That's how you
Tom
finish a
Lonsdale.
match off. And he might just have finished off Kai Gotthardt's ambition of making Group B this week. It looks like he's going to have to settle for C. It's not over yet, but maybe Tom Lonsdale's ambitions of winning the group aren't over. He's only 4 points adrift, and we've still got 2 rounds to go.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. Bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
Second leg, it's the whole boy.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet.
The whole boy in the corner.
You still make Devon Peterson. This is a key favourite from this moment.
Hello.
It's the big favourites.
2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around. He gives it.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks.
Away days and Bradley Brooks.
May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. What a shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180. Unfortunately, he did go for this one.
And we see to the one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And don't let Dot stand up to. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson protect himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done.
When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Cox for a breaker throw. They've got that 20. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Two more rounds to go, and things are very interesting indeed. John Worsley has won 1 game of 3 today. Got off to a nightmare start, but he's still top of the table, as you can see. 20 points, and it could be 22 if he can beat Dan Asbury in this 10th game of our 3rd day schedule. Stevie Johnston and Lonsdale, well, they're going to have to wait for their chance as they play in subsequent matches in round number 4. But the lead person in the table has to lead off. And if he doesn't win, there could be a possibility of a race to the finish. Previous performance, though, in the words of my co-commentator today, Matthew Edgar, lots of character shown as he took out Jim Meyer by 4 legs to 3. He could have been caught in that match, but ultimately the last leg showed what qualities John Worsley has.
So character was the way to describe the end of the game, but I'm going to summarise his performance
Game on.
in general on Wednesday, and I'm going to do it in one word. Vulnerable.
100.
And if there's one player on the evidence of what we've seen, not just today, but across the week, who could expose vulnerability, is this guy, Dan Asbury.
83.
He lost his last match 4-1 to Johnston. He got off to such a hot start.
41.
But he's had a better start today than any day this week, Dan. So I think that proves your statement.
24.
For the first 2 days this week, Dan did not win a game in round 1 or 2. Today he won both.
137.
That tells me that he's in better nick than at any point this week.
And I'm also looking ahead to the fixtures. Worsley's last game, he's against the
59.
darts against Lonsdale, who's playing well. Johnson's got the throw against Jim Meyer. I think we could see a big
59.
favourite get turned over here.
Maybe. I've been looking at Lonsdale's finishing of schedules, not just yesterday and the day before, but his ability to finish a day off.
You require 164.
It's not brilliant. But maybe the extra adrenaline of it being day 3,
96.
it might carry over. We'll get to that in due course. But the initial problem for Worsley is that Dan has started pretty decently here.
90. Dan, you require 68.
Double 16.
Game shot of
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty decent. That's an 18 dart start.
John Worsley does not raise it in the next
first.
7 to 10
Game
minutes. I don't think he wins this group.
Pick your analogy now. If you're an ant on the pavement and you're very strong, and you think,
100.
I've been leader of this team for years, but I can see this very large boot coming down towards me, and it's getting closer and
58.
closer and closer. That's how John will be feeling at the minute. Even though he's leading, things are not easy whatsoever.
81.
And there are times in your darts career where things are so difficult for you in your own skin, it's like trying to move a bowling ball with a
100.
feather.
I'm surprised you used an analogy involving a boot that didn't involve Bart Simpson.
100.
I've been somewhat warned off my
100.
my Simpsons references. It's a good ton. 120 finishes today. We've seen a couple of them. One of them came from Asbury.
100. John, you require 120.
What John would give to join the club.
$60. Dan, you require 143.
He left himself with a little bit of work to do here, John Worsley. Last time he was on this 60, he went high.
60.
Tried to
John,
leave
you
it in as a
require
marker and hit the
60.
big 5.
He goes low this time.
Game shot on his second
And
leg.
that's about as
John
good as
Worley.
you'll see. I just want everybody to take a little bit of notice
Third leg, it's Dan
to the
throw
Asbury
first.
throw here.
Game on.
There's a little bit of a twist of the dart as he brings it back.
100.
And you don't look at the barrel when he does it. Look at the flight. Look at the behaviour of the flight wings. It's just a little bit of corkscrewing in the fingers. But what I like about it
140.
is it's very subtle. And when you watch it,
60.
It's so smooth. It's almost like ASMR.
So we now know Paul Nicholson's trigger is watching a dart in the hand.
I've got more triggers than Billy the Kid.
57.
It's pretty hard to ignore when you've got flights that bright. In fact, those flights and stems are so orange, it's almost like an episode of The Only Way is
81.
Essex.
$59. John, you require 140.
We couldn't get 120. This one is harder.
$100. Dan, you require
It's almost the same as the last leg, isn't it? This time it's a 145 instead of a 143.
87. John, you require 40.
And most of John's doubling success comes right up there.
Game shot.
He definitely looks sharper right now than earlier. But his confidence, it's not being exuded that much.
4 flag. It's John to throw first. Game on.
You've said it all day, though. When the chips are down, when it becomes important, that's when the big players start to show. That's when the players that have been there before and have that experience and that proven, tried and tested of getting over the line. Worsley has done that before.
100.
I hate to steal your phrase there, Matt, but when the chips are down, you've got to play like Doyle Brunson. You've got to go all in.
And what did we say at the start of this game when you went 1-0 down? I said the next 7 to 10 minutes could decide the week. Could certainly decide the group here for John Worsley. And if we're noticing that, he'll notice that.
He'll be feeling it more than anybody.
$36.
He has spent, from what I can recollect, one game off the top
57.
of this table in the last 2.5 days. His response to losing the top spot has been really good.
83.
Interesting there, him just
96.
almost phantom throwing at the back of the stage. And only really that point of release to further emphasise the point that we said earlier, that there just doesn't seem to be the timing of release at the moment for Worsley.
Dan, you require 108.
Double top.
Game shot.
That'll do very nicely.
Asbury.
This game is going to be tight.
5th flag. It's Dan to throw first.
Look at those doubles.
Game on.
World class from both. And if I may be fair, we have not seen that on the whole much this week. It's been more about people missing match darts by the bucket load or missing chances. But now, when the pressure's on, these guys are delivering.
140.
And this is a crucial part of the day for John, because he plays twice in between Stevie Johnston's
56.
2 games. Johnston beat Asbury 4-1, but by the time he comes back against Gotthardt in game 11, John will have played twice. If he wins them both, there's nothing more John could have done.
$90.
You've been in this situation in different groups before, Matt.
140.
How does it feel when you're in contention, standing in that practice room watching one of your close contenders in a close match?
85. John, you
Watching's
require
horrible.
161.
Being involved is great. Because ultimately, this is what you enjoy, this is what you thrive on, this sort of moment, this sort of environment. And you don't get that on a Monday, and you certainly don't get it on a Tuesday.
99.
You get
And
it
you require
now.
170.
And this is the adrenaline, the side of the game that we love. But it's horrible in a group stage because sometimes you've got to stand and watch
56.
someone else play.
John, you
And
require
when it's out of your
62.
hands, and you're watching, hoping for misses, hoping for hits, and you're not on that stage.
Game shot
And there's
of
no
fifth
missing
leg,
there for
John
Worsley.
Worsley.
He's now a leg away from regaining control here in Group A.
That was a 14
Sixth
darter.
leg, it's John to throw first.
One more leg
Game
for
on.
John. He could be in a very, very good position with a 4-point cushion with 2 games to go
134.
for the chasing pack. Just a reminder, if John wins this match, Tom Lonsdale cannot win this group.
96.
It will be a 2-horse race between Wales and Scotland.
96.
We do have a lot of nations represented here this week. We do get a lot of
96.
domestic weeks here at the Modus Super Series, but this week we've got Luxembourg, we've got Wales, England, Ireland, Scotland.
96.
We had Australia represented last week. And young Mason Whitlock nearly got 2 9 daughters in the same day.
59.
Well, the favour that Stephen Johnston was hoping that Dan Asbury would be able to provide
99.
is now completely in the hands of John Worsley. He's going to get a visit to the Yockey where he can win the match. And if Asbury can't find a treble here,
58.
which he can't, he's going to be
Johnny
guaranteed
requires
two.
76.
And it looks like Dan Asbury's going to be guaranteed a place in Group C as well. Double top for John. He's really close now.
John Worsley.
He's put the pressure on Stevie Johnston to get a result against the big German in the next match. Let's not forget about that guy. Looks like John's run out of water. Go get yourself back in the practice room and have a libation of your choosing. Get yourself hydrated, rest up, and be ready to play against Tom Lonsdale in Game 14. But when we come back, it will be Johnston against Gotthardt.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Group B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the winner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at 7 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely
shot leg.
outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Things are starting to take shape now as we get to the business end of decision day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Stephen Johnston, the man on your screen. It's now time for him to see if he can do what John Worsley just did in the last. The chips was down and Worsley produced the performance of the day so far for him in a 4-2 success over Dan Asbury. But now we serve it up to Stevie J. If Kai Gotthardt wins this game, the group is done. John Worsley will be the
First
champion
leg,
of Group A.
Kai to throw first. Game on.
If Steve Johnson wins this, it will go on to the last round of fixtures, which do benefit Stephen Johnson. He'll have the advantage to throw. Worsley will be against. He'll have according to the league table, the better fixture of the two,
60.
which would make it quite a 50-50 split going into that final cycle. All to play for.
40.
Johnston has had the measure of Gotthardt this
60.
week, which is, I suppose, is a measure of how well he can play, because I'm sure you're
100.
surprised, just as I am, to see Gotthardt in the bottom three. Looks like Group C is going to be calling his name.
140.
It's not really about that right now, though. This game is all about Stevie J. But if I may paint
55.
a picture of Wednesday as a whole, Jim Mayer has not won a game all day long.
140.
Everybody else, all 5 players, are on 4 points for the day.
66.
That's going to change right now.
Even you require 101.
Double 18.
65. Kai, you require 140.
Big S for Kai here to hold on to his darts, not up to the task. Stephen,
62.
3 darts in hand to
Even
get
you
the break.
require 36. Game shot on the
That will
first
do very
leg,
nicely.
Stephen Johnston.
Hot start, and the break is immediate.
Second leg.
But having
it's
4
Stephen to throw
points for
first.
5 players,
Game on.
does that show how tight this group really is?
I think we could see that in regards to the head-to-head clashes, how many games went the distance, and no one really running away with things in regards to the legs column, other than those top 2. And the legs, again, we draw attention to. Because there is a chance that those legs are really going to come into play. It's the only way Stephen Johnson realistically is going to be able to get ahead here.
140.
At one point today, winning this group, it was in Johnston's hands.
83.
It isn't anymore. He's just got to put himself into position
100.
just in case
Kai,
Worsley
you require
slips.
138. $22.
I think
Stephen,
you're right, you know, Matt. I think
101.
Gotthardt is definitely throwing faster today on the whole. Here we go again.
83. Kai, you require 116.
Misses double 18 low this time. Get past that if you can.
I think the reaction told you everything, didn't it? It was a very disappointed reaction from Kai, as if he knew his fate before he thrown the dart. But he'll get another go.
10. Kai, you require
If there has been a weakness
66.
for Johnston, it has been that. Capitalising on opportunities. Seeing out big moments.
30. Stephen, you require 8.
These dart players might be starting to tire a little bit. And the more adrenaline you've got left,
Game shot on
the better
second
chance
leg,
you will
Stephen
have.
Johnston.
Stevie J, he's got more adrenaline than Arnold Schwarzenegger in a darting sense, I can tell
Third
you that.
leg, it's Kai to
And he's
throw first.
reserved
Game
a
on.
lot of it throughout the course of the day. If he needs it, it will be there.
100.
It was fascinating talking to him this morning.
100.
Because even though he doesn't like to do interviews, his point came across that he is learning
60.
how to do this. Think about some of the great players that have not won a week here. Thornton, Adams.
55.
There are others. But some people, they don't just turn up and win. Some people, it takes time to figure out how to get it done.
It's a very unique format, and
123.
certainly the short format as well. I think I say every time, because I need to drive home that
60.
point, that this is very short. Cutthroat darts, best of 7. Remember when they moved the UK Open early rounds to best of 7? It didn't stay long because all the players were protesting against
Kai,
it.
you require 141.
Well, how big is that maximum going to be for Stevie J?
89. Stephen, you
It could
require
change this
43.
leg, and as a consequence, the match.
Game shot on the third leg, Stephen Johnston.
This is all going according to plan.
He's looked so much more assured,
Fourth
hasn't
leg,
he?
it's Stephen
And I
to
think
throw
that's it. If we
first.
summarise the
Game
two
on.
contenders here, Worsley and Johnson up, in one word, I would say vulnerable for Johnson.
85.
For Worsley, sorry. For Johnson, it'd be assured. Which makes that last cycle of fixtures so interesting.
125. $85. $93.
I think I'm safe from the Baltimore Ravens t-shirt, Matt. Because Kai's not going to Group B.
140.
Not by the looks of it.
180.
But 180s can change legs. They can change matches.
133. Kai, you
This
require
rapid-firing
103.
game, it could be over. Or is it just starting?
71. Stephen, you require 58.
Is it over?
Game shot.
Well,
and
that's
the
about
match,
as clinical as it
Stephen
gets.
Johnston.
4 out of 9 on the doubles to follow a really good performance on the doubles in his previous match where he was 4 out of 5. It turns out that the 3-game break that he had did him no problems whatsoever. Again, he doesn't waste his water. A 93.94 when the pressure was on. That's what he did. And he beats Kai Gotthardt by 4 legs to 0.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Scoot probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy, it's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Martin is the man.
Marvin Van Velzen!
Here we go. Game number 12. This will be the final match of round number 4. And after that 4-0 win for Johnston against Gotthardt, he's got himself within 2 points of the top once again. So if Worley was to slip up against one of these guys who's about to play, we might just have a cracking finale to Group A here in Week 4 of Series 9. But for now, this is what we've got coming up for the rest of the week. We have Group C, Quantock, McCormick and Croft. And Group B, McGurk, McDonald and Lipscomb to come. So the likes of Maya, Gotthardt and Asbury, they're going to go to C. As for B, it is going to be Lonsdale and somebody else.
Some real interesting players coming in as well, aren't they? Adam Lipscomb, as you say, will fill this place out should he get through to Saturday night. But Shane McGurk is an interesting one for me, certainly this time of year, because he is here in preparation, not just for the tournament he's playing here, but now he's going to be starting to tune up and get ready because he's got his first attack at a World Championship coming up at the back end of the year. He won a WWF Gold-ranked event last year, which gave him the golden ticket, the ticket straight through to Lakeside.
First leg,
he'll be making his debut.
First. Game on.
Good step forward in the career of Shane McGurk for sure.
$100.
How's Jim feeling? Because he's only won one game in this group. That was against Gotthardt yesterday. He's only got
48.
2 more chances to add to his total. And he's got Johnston and Lonsdale, 2 of the top 3.
It's a word I don't like using because it can often get misinterpreted. Because what I'm not doing here is saying
32.
the performance of Jim May has been embarrassing. But as a player, you feel embarrassment when you're in that sort of position where you've only won one, when you haven't shown what you're capable of and you haven't shown your best. Whether
64.
you should or you shouldn't, you do. No one wants to be at the bottom of the table, and when he's at the bottom of the table, 8 points adrift, he's not going to be happy.
100.
And with that, you should always focus on the positive. I think too many people dwell on the negative. Even when their game is 90, 95% there, they'll focus on the 10 to 5% that they don't have. And ultimately, that 5% becomes 10%, becomes 15, becomes 20, and you get more negativity.
57. Jimmy
He's got to
99.
find even the 5% positive and build on that rather than focusing on the things that haven't worked. Well, This could be the greatest 99 finish I've ever seen.
93.
He missed that single 10 by nearly 2 inches. That could have been the greatest miss I've ever seen.
57. Jimmy requires
He's found himself
6.
on double 3 in the end. This is not an easy hit. He has to go to the right-hand side. He will not hit it if he goes left.
3.
Turns out he doesn't hit it at all.
$81. Jimmy required 3.
That's a nice marker for double 1.
No score.
But he's inviting Tom into this leg.
126.
When Tom thought it was all said and done, which it might still be.
40. Jimmy required 3. No score.
Uh-oh.
Tommy require 86.
Looks like we might be having the longest leg of the week. And it's
shot of
over.
First leg, Tom Lonsdale.
24 darts is enough, and Tom doesn't celebrate it because he feels a little bit embarrassed to take that away from Jim.
Tom to throw first. Game on.
I love this time of year at the Modus Super Series because if you think about what it's been the last couple of years, you're going to hate this because I'm going to bring Christmas back up again. But Christmas is dart season. When those World Championships are on, whether it's now the ADC Global Championship, the WDF, the
41.
PDC. And there are a lot of players that do not have tour cards that will be taking part in those events. And we get the opportunity to see them here
57.
in preparation. Remember, we've had people like Raymond Smith coming over here. We've had Simon Adams. We've had Ben Robb. Players that are coming over, travelling to take part in those events. They come in here and getting their preparation time in as well. And it's exciting this time of year because we do get to see some different faces and some
94.
intriguing possibilities.
You really are starting to tease the audience, aren't you? Well, it's Wednesday, and sometime tomorrow,
80.
we will tease you even more about next week's lineup. And I guarantee you this, you're not going to be disappointed with next week.
57.
You may even see someone who's never been here before.
$137.
After that fortuitous first leg,
164.
Lonsdale are starting to put something together gradually. Much better.
140. $42. Tommy required 24. Gabe Shana's second
No
leg.
fortune
Tom
needed
Lonsdale.
there for Tom Lonsdale. Good, solid holder throw.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
I hate to tease you all. I was actually just showing Matthew Edgar the list for next week's players. So I'm feeling quite cocky when I say I know something you don't know.
140.
But not for long. Just a shoot over 24 hours from now. We'll let you know who it is.
134.
But it's worth waiting for. That's a nice switch there from Jim. And at times this week, I haven't criticised Jim for not switching a great deal. I've just observed that he doesn't tend to do it. And it just goes to show there, if you do it, you can get a great deal of points without the treble 20.
39. $59.
I don't know about you, Matt, but on 233, I like the 19s. You can get 7 of them to leave 100. You can get 2 singles and a 25 to leave 170. It just makes more sense.
134.
Well, a better leg here for Jim Mayer in the scoring side of things, but we've been here before.
Jim, you require
Leg
54.
one. Then 8 darts missed at a double.
Game shot
No
of
darts
third
missed
leg,
at a double
Jim
here.
Meyer.
That's better from Jim. But the damage has already been done here. Lonsdale just needs to hold his
Fourth
throat.
leg, it's Tom to
He's
throw
over the line
first.
for another couple of
Game on.
points. And then we move our attention to the last lap of fixtures,
96.
where it's still all to play for.
Yeah, we're going to start with Gotthardt against Asbury. That's going to be a battle of 2 players going to Group C.
26.
And then if Worley was to win, it's all done. If he
41.
doesn't, Stevie J will know exactly what he needs to do. Coincidentally, the Scotsman's got a better leg difference
57.
than John Worley now. You said that might come into play.
100.
If you were going to spend an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours with Tom, based on what you can see from this angle, Matt, what would you work on
38.
with his game?
Body alignment.
60.
Just a slight contortion in the lower back coming from the base of support, which will just cause rotation in the body, which naturally engage the shoulder.
So many people out there who want
140.
to get advice. They're constantly thinking about upper body, aren't they? If you work from the torso down,
136.
you get that right, it takes pressure off the upper body. Get the body in the right position, you can throw darts with more ease.
81.
Again, a lot of people look
Tommy requires
purely
68.
at the arm, the wrist, the elbow, all those factors, but you need everything beneath it to work.
6.
There's no point in having a really good roof if the walls aren't level. And there's no point in having a Ferrari if you've got no tyres on it. It's going nowhere.
Incredible, incredible
99.
similes.
Tom, you require 8.
Double 2. Down in the basement, or as Matt says,
Game shot
into
of
the
fourth
Ferrari
leg,
tyres.
Tom Lonsdale. Fifth flag, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
I don't think a dart player's ever bought a Ferrari, have they? I know Phil Taylor once bought a Rolls Royce. I think Michael van Gerwen did as well. Wasn't a new one.
22.
I've got to say, that's something that goes around the practice room at the minute, isn't it?
100.
I was sat in it this past week and the players getting their phones out. Look at my new car. They need to see that Richie Burnett interview, don't they, from a few weeks ago. You need a toilet, you need a bed, a few quid in the pocket.
100.
Nothing will ever beat the time when I just came off the stage at the Grand Slam of Darts and I was heartbroken at being
22.
swept aside by Steve Beaton. And I sat down in my horrible-looking dart shirt that day, and Phil Taylor walks up to me, throws his phone in my face and says, "Do you like my new driveway?"
41.
And my first response was, "This is not the time, Phil."
No, but it was.
57.
It was. You don't believe that wasn't done on purpose.
Of course it was. Sowing the seeds.
Everything happens for a reason with the
77.
power. Remember when you used to go on stage and you'd just move all your stuff to the side and put his on the table, open out?
119.
Yeah, it's different these days. The PDC with their business class table behaviour. Everybody getting their own table.
40.
Lonsdale wants to finish the job here.
And again, I think you used to need your own table, didn't you? You'd come down, headphones,
39.
Lucas A tablets, drink, gloves.
That was on the floor, though. On the stage, I used to get my headphones taken off me.
91. Tom, you
Well, this would be
require
some way to finish round 4.
164.
Oh, that's a great last start.
140. Jim, you require
I was convinced the second
130.
one was too flat. And I don't think it would allow another dart in the 60, but I was wrong. How does Jim find one himself? I think he's got the right angle here. He's going to have to throw this high and hard. Turns out it was too high and too hard.
58. Tom, you require 24.
Double 6.
18.
I didn't expect him to
Jimmy
miss that.
requires 72.
And judging by his expression, he did not expect to miss it either. Double 12. And double 6 for Jim.
60.
Look at the behaviour
Tommy
of that dart. It was
requires
wobbling
6.
when it hit the board. Maybe not thrown purely.
No score.
Dart 1 was in the
Jimmy
way, wasn't it? It was a
requires
blocker.
12.
You saw from Dart 2, he tried to move to the side to open it up. Wasn't able to do so, but this is a man that was very angry, Jim Meyer, when he threw that last dart. Imagine what he's going to be like if he misses again.
No score.
And he does.
Tom, you require 6.
Well, that was just too
No
quick.
score.
He didn't set
Jimmy
himself on the
requires
hockey. He just
12.
went straight for it. And that is now 7 darts for the match missed. It's got to go to the left. Keeps missing to the right.
No score. Tom, you require 6.
This is now the longest leg of the week. And it's a different tactic,
4.
but the same result.
Jim, you require 12.
And at some point, you get to the situation where you almost just want your opponent to hit it to get out of this situation, to get out of the leg.
Different target for Jim.
Game shot of 5th leg. Jim Meyer.
It's not a leg that you will be proud of, but there you can see the conversion rates on the doubles. That's
6th
why
leg. It's Tom to throw first.
this game is the way it is. It should be
Game on.
over. But look on the bright side, at least he's got the darts here to start what could be the final leg.
134.
If you're John Worsley sat in the back, your last game's against Tom Lonsdale, and Lonsdale has the darts, you would like what you've just seen, because that could plant the seed of doubt in the
78.
moment where Worsley needs it to get over the line.
The biggest word in your sentence there was could.
96.
Because if he has a really good last leg in this contest, he'll feel a lot better, and that previous one will be forgotten. By my count, he's missed 9 match
93.
darts. 12s, 6s, 3s and 2s.
97.
But it's quickly forgotten as he establishes a really good lead in leg 6.
43. 41.
Comfort on the scoreboard, allowing him to have that slip. Meyer can't leave a
60.
finish, so
Tommy require
comfort in the finishing
133.
department as well here for Lonsdale, but he may need it on the evidence of what we've just seen. Gets the luxury of a
93.
setup shot, which he uses perfectly to leave himself on one of his more preferred doubles.
I think he just prefers to hit any double to get rid of this game.
140. Tommy require 40.
Oh no.
35. Jimmy require 87.
Jim's done really well to get on a 2-darter here. To ask the question. Double 5.
82. Tommy
That one did not come out of his hand right at all.
Three.
14
Jim, you require
mismatched
5.
darts.
This has got to be a record.
I'd classify this experience for Tom as purgatory, as they're both on double one.
No score.
Not anymore.
Tom, you require 2. No score. Jim, you require
The
5.
final double is always the hardest one to hit. Double 2. And don't forget, Jim's still trying to win his second match of the week.
No score.
But that
Tom, you
low
require
miss on the
2.
high doubles, it can't continue.
Game shot. And
Match
the
start number
Tom
18
Lonsdale.
gets him across the line. Not a game he will want to remember much of. But unfortunately for Jim, he's only got one more game left to try and get 4 points in the table. As far as Lonsdale's concerned, he wants to put that one into the ground before he takes on John Worsley in game 14. We'll have a short break, and when we come back, it will be the final game for everybody in this group.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not only. Definitely
he thinks
not.
it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you.
We are getting the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it already. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Level 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
One of the things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Final round of play in Group A then. And we're going to start things off with Gotthardt against Asbury. They've had very, very bright days. And we have seen trends today, as you can see from game number 4, all the way through the next couple of rounds. Everybody was winning with the darts. But over the last 3 games, everything's been won against the throw. Maybe a bright sign for Dan Asbury, who likes to finish things off in Group A with a win. He's done it before. But he's not going to find himself into a position where he's going to be in Group B, unfortunately. He's going to be playing over the next couple of afternoons with Gotthardt and Maya. As for Lonsdale and Johnston, they might be going to Group B. Johnston might even not have to play the next couple of days. Still plenty to play for with Worley still at the top. Well, the less said about the previous game, maybe the better. Not the best game we've seen throughout the course of the week, Matt. And there is a certain statistic about that match that Maya and Lonsdale will not like us to talk about.
Yeah, they very nearly broke the record, didn't they, in regards to most starts at a double. They actually came second, so they're in the top three. They're on the podium, but something they probably don't want to be on the podium for. Top position, the
First
gold
leg,
medal.
it's Kai to throw first.
In
Game
regards
on.
to this group, the real interesting thing I saw when we looked at that table was the fact that Johnston has already done the damage now in the legs column.
27.
That is no longer a factor. It now comes down to just wins and losses, where Johnston would have the advantage if Worley loses.
56.
There is something on the line in this game. I'm sure the players
180.
probably don't even know about it.
it.
But whoever wins this one will have their best day of the week. The last 2 days, Gotthardt has won 2 out of 5, both days. Win this one, he will win 3 out of 5.
26.
As for Dan, he had 2 wins on Monday. He had 1 yesterday. Beat Kai for the second time this week.
140.
And he will have his best day. Just building that confidence a little bit ahead of playing each other again.
123.
So this poses a question to me, because you've picked out something very positive there as a part to the results and as part to what this day could mean.
97.
I
Now you
guarantee the
require
players aren't aware of that.
145.
And that level of positivity... Hold on a minute.
105.
Oh, that would have been very positive as
Now you
well there from
require
Kai Gotthardt.
150.
Double 15.
135.
He gave that one almighty scare.
40.
They've started the game well
Shot
there,
of
haven't they?
first
Good
leg,
solid
Kai
16
Gotthardt.
darter there from Kai Gotthardt, who rudely interrupted my thought pattern there with some quality darts.
Second leg, it's Dan to throw first.
That level of positivity
Game on.
that you just managed to pick out, I don't think the players will be aware of. However, if this was another sport,
108.
there would be coaches, there would be managers that would pick that out and relay that information to the players. At what point do you think darts will get to a point, or do you ever see it getting to a point where coaches, managers, mentors are on site with players
100.
to the point where they can get them thinking how you just did? Because right now that would probably be a great thing for the players to know about.
Yeah, I'd like to think so.
140.
I think some of the younger players coming through, they have good influences around them.
99.
And seeing positives, it's a lot easier these days because we have more information. Information is a currency after all.
How many
100.
times, though,
Dan, you
are those
require
good influences
122.
also opponents?
Interesting.
97.
Second
Now you
time
require
Asbury's missed
161.
a ton plus checkout. This time he's coming back though.
87. Dan, you require 25.
Oh, not another one. Double 4.
17.
Big chance for
Now you
Kai to double his
require
lead.
74.
Double 16.
42. Dan, you require 8.
Hasn't been that clinical on double 16 today. He's had a few misses on the outside.
Game shot on his second leg. Dan Asbury.
All tied up. best of 5 from here. But to go back to your point, Matt, I know what you're
Third
saying.
leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
Positive influences can be the people who've already beaten you. They're trying to give you
134.
more information that you can use to move forward. But neutral influences that can be positive just for you
59.
and for nobody else, or minimally other people you might run into. That's the model of
140.
modern sport.
Because the thing is, with this sport, there isn't that many influencers around. I think about people that I've drew
58.
influence from over time, and they have been opponents. And with that, are they
60.
unlocking the maximum of your potential? Because they don't want to unlock the maximum of your potential, because you then may beat them down the line. So they may give you little nuggets of information or help you slightly,
167.
but it's never going to allow you to reach peak full potential.
123.
I think with the heavy investment in the sport that is coming and that we see on a regular basis, I think that is
96.
the next logical
44.
evolution.
Game shot on the third leg.
Here's me
Kai
saying his
Gotthardt.
double 16 shooting hasn't been up to scratch, really. Well, it was there.
Fourth flag, it's Dan to throw
This
first.
is a proper game of darts.
Game on.
98 average Kai, 96 for Dan. Long may this continue.
60.
I'm trying to think of a really good example of your
96.
very salient point. I'm trying to think along the lines of golf coaches. Because at times,
125.
maybe not at the same time, Butch Harmon was coaching Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson.
83.
I can think of examples as well where, you know, with darts, because there isn't a lot out there, that they go into team environments.
42.
And there was an example during COVID where players wasn't allowed, families, guests, friends. The only person that was allowed there was the
92.
manager. And the final was managed by the same manager, the same two players. When the only person who's on site with you is your manager,
56.
and you come off stage after losing a final, and your manager's on stage having a picture with the trophy with the winner, you see where I'm going.
I see your point.
60. $58.
Dan is
Now you
losing his
require
grip on this game.
170.
Unless something happens for him, possibly in the next visit. That's a
130.
wonderful approach
Now you
from
require
Kai.
160.
It's reminding us what he's capable of. We know how good he is. We've seen it all
50.
year.
Kai, you require 40.
Not quite brought it to the Super Series stage
Game
yet.
shot of fourth leg. Kai
But
Gotthardt.
remind yourself of last week, this time. Would you have said on Wednesday last week that Andy
Fifth flag,
Hamilton was
it's
going to
Kai
go
to throw
lift the
first.
title?
Game on.
Nope, not at all.
57.
I'm going to air this out now. I'm not a big fan of the nickname The Tunnel. It's just a bit meh.
All right, well, we've got a couple more minutes before we get
44.
into the real business of today. Tom Lonsdale and Worsley. Do you have a better suggestion for Gotthardt?
Yeah, sky high.
60.
Sky high Kai. He's tall. He can average high.
60.
I just made it up.
And it rhymes.
$94.
It's amazing how all the nicknames in darts are English as well. There's nothing that says that your nickname has to be in English.
I would go with
140.
the Anvil, just because there's almost a little bit of Jim the Anvil Neidhart in that name.
96.
Kai the Anvil Gotthardt.
100.
I see where you went there. That's quite clever. I'm going to say it one more time before
138.
it looks like he's going to leave us
And you require
in this group,
157.
possibly in the next few darts. Or is he? He might. But Kai Gotthardt has impressed me this week.
56.
He's played some decent darts, but his counting has been incredible.
Game shot.
His darts
And
were
the match,
incredible right
Kai
there.
Gotthardt.
He's sky high, and he has found himself a solidified position in the table of 4th, and it feels like he's been there all week long. But he's just had his best day, winning 3 out of 5, and ahead of Group C tomorrow, he has just got one over on Dan Asbury again. So, it comes down to Worley and Johnston over the final 2 matches.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
It's crunch time, and I'm not sure what Womble's like to crunch on, but Jonathan Worley would love to crunch on 2 more points, because if he gets them, he's going to be safely into Saturday night. If he loses and Johnston wins, it's going to be the Scotsman's turn to make Saturday ahead of the 2 days that will host the likes of Lonsdale and Gotthardt and Maya and others to see their quest to make Saturday night. They're going to have to do it through 2 groups. John wants to do it through 1. So he's got the luxury of possibly going home to Chepstow for a couple of days and returning on Saturday night. He's against the throw. If he loses, he's not out of the reckoning of winning this group. But he's going to have to rely on somebody else to do him a favour if he doesn't win this match.
83.
Vulnerable is the word I have used for John Worley throughout the day. But he did produce his best, didn't he, in the last game, and looked good when the chips was down. But he's going to have to straighten up. There's far too many darts straying around in the 5s and 1s.
121.
As he once again comes off that 20 line. 2 throws and both he's straight.
43.
Personally, I think Worsley has to win this game because I do not see Stevie J losing to Maya. Simple as that.
59.
And Lonsdale is coming off a 4-2 victory against Maya in a game that has been put into the Super Series 101.
126.
But this is more like it from Tom.
Well, further context to that, Worsley at some point is going to have to break Tom Lonsdale because he's against the darts where Stephen Johnston has the throw against Maya. So it is all set up for a bit of a grandstand finish.
56.
But Lonsdale will need to tighten up his finishing of that we saw moments ago.
Interesting. He went for double 19.
98. Tom, you require
I'm not
20.
against that whatsoever. But that's an early lead for Tom.
Tom Lonsdale.
The opportunities to break for John have just diminished.
Second leg, it's John to throw first.
There's a big switching up to there, though, wasn't it? Top of the board, bottom of the board, back to the top, especially when you've already got one in the treble 20. And it's very, very similar and almost replicating the finish he did the other day, the 144.
100.
Just slightly south of the double 12, so I'm surprised he didn't persist.
So what you're saying, Matt, is
100.
138 with a dart in the treble already. You're more likely to get it by getting treble 20 double 9.
I think in that situation, I'd have rather just stayed on a target I've been throwing at for probably 95% of my day, rather than something he may have thrown a handful of darts at most.
59.
There's what I've been talking about, though. When you're against the darts, you got one treble on the board and you use the 19s. He is 9 darts away again. He has just guaranteed Worsley 15 darts in this leg.
140.
We have talked about the questionable board management of Tom Lonsdale this week.
76.
We're not lambasting him too much, but he has made a couple of very, very questionable decisions.
I mean, that's not a Tom Lonsdale. This
41.
is surprisingly more industry-wide. I've just sat and watched the world's elite do the exact same thing. Some people are cottoning onto it and starting to use the 17s for the cover with the last dart, but it is what is going to be the next evolution of the game.
I hate to say it, but I think the Aussies and the Kiwis are ahead of the game.
100.
We'll get into that because it's worth talking about at some point.
140.
I'm a big fan of that 180.
John, you require 30.
Huge pressure on double 15. Double 4.
22.
Opportunity for
John, you
Lonsdale to
require
double
40.
this lead. Round the houses.
35.
Very reminiscent of what we saw in his previous match.
And a major let-off for Worsley. We're saying he's got to break the Lonsdale throw. Had that gone in, he would have to have broke the Lonsdale throw twice, but that's lucky not to a bust.
Game started second leg, John Worsley.
Gets over the line. It was the throw before that was the concern for me with Worsley. We've mentioned it all day that the dart's not going in at a consistent angle. The throw before, not one dart looking like it was thrown by the same player, which tells me at that point of release, it's not coming out the hand clean and it's almost rolling off the top of the thumb.
You know what we were saying about Asbury earlier, about the smooth nature of the flight twirling as it goes back towards the jawline? Let's focus on what is happening with the flight
140.
with John Worsley. As it goes back, look at it. It's going up, it's going down, it's going up, it's going down. It's wavering.
81.
That's because there's a lot of finger action on the barrel. He's not simply bringing it back and throwing it forward. There's an intricacy
57.
with the finger movement which does create inconsistency.
Now, there is that lock point there at the back, that brief pause there, where he gets the dart in the hand. The dart is angled.
6.
However, with the setup play, there is no guarantee that at that lock point that the dart is in the same sort of position.
60.
And I have never seen him reset this and go, right, that's not right, I'm going to do it again. I'd be confident to say that he throws darts in a different grip position on the barrel.
Do you think that's one of the reasons why his
41.
darts have a lot of uniform grip from about 3 or 4 mil from the top towards the bottom? Because he wants the same feel,
43.
even if the finger movement is there.
Yeah, if you have reference points and you've misgripped it, you know it's off. And ultimately, when that happens, you just engage shoulder. But this... Oh, it's a
9.
big problem. I mean, he's left 170. That wasn't the intention.
157.
He'd wanted to have left a lot better than that. And he's going to need...
84.
You feel to
John, you
take this out
require
or get very, very close and
170.
hope that Lonsdale's missed doubles continue.
Well, if he hits it, it would be the ultimate serendipity. That one goes in sideways.
You require 73.
The nerves are there. The tension is there. Is tops there?
Game shot of
He looks
third
more
leg,
threatening on a
Tom
combination than 3 darts in hand at 1 double.
Fourth
After
leg,
everything
it's
John
Johnson
has
to
done,
reversed.
leading the table for about 98% of the time over the last 3 days. If he loses, he could be overtaken and dipped to the finish.
You'll probably be very surprised to hear that the Pro Tour is filled with some of the most negative-minded people in how they analyse performance.
96.
I'm sure, Paul, you'll back me up on the I should have, I could have conversations. And Worsley would have been around that and surrounded by that for a long time. And I reckon when he was staring at that board a second ago,
81.
feeling could have been 3-0 down here.
$134.
We haven't even brushed the surface when it comes to psychology in this sport. We've still got a long way to go. That's why some players have become great over the last 30 to 40 years, because they're ahead of the curve and they haven't given some of their secrets away. But on the whole,
58.
they're catching up, but at snail's pace. Still a lot of work to do to see the glass half full as opposed to half empty.
100.
I get the feeling that Worsley is a bit like a boxer in the ring right now, and it's round 12.
100.
And he feels
Don't you
he just
require
needs
85.
to make the bell to have any sort of chance. Got to go for the ball. Oh, that's a
Shot of
perler.
fourth leg, John Worsley.
Right in the heart.
Fifth leg.
You would
it's
not
Tom to
believe
go
he's just
first.
took out a
Game on.
potential group saving, match saving shot. But yeah, it's interesting, the sort of comparison there to the
43.
boxer in round 12. I'm looking across the day, I'm looking at the performances against him, and I'd say it's a boxer in round 12 who spent most of the match punching himself in the face.
84.
'Cause it's not that his opponents have been landing big blows on him.
$93.
I should have used round 15, actually, shouldn't I? Because this is round 15 of playing Group A. But if you think the job is done after 15 rounds, think again.
41.
You might want to double it. That's how many games Andy Hamilton played last week. 29.
57.
And then he was playing on Sunday as well, winning an exhibition.
You don't get tired when you're winning.
137.
Such a great saying.
$140.
You shouldn't really complain when you're winning either. Now, have we just seen another questionable piece of board management from Tom
98.
Lonsdale? He's left 168 when he could have left a finish.
95. John, you require 140.
Leave the tops and put your hands together and hope that you're coming
100.
back.
Tom, you require 73.
Double 8.
57.
He's coming back.
John, you require
This is for that
40.
break of throw that he needs to win this match.
It'd be at the perfect
Game
time.
shot of fifth leg, John Worsley.
I love that breaker throw in that situation. Look how he gets to command the
Sixth leg, it's
stage.
John to throw first.
Command the hockey.
Game on.
If he wins this leg or the next, we will hear from John at the end of the show. It will make for a fascinating
99.
interview with him because he's feeling like flour at the minute because he's been through the mill.
58.
And the whole body language, it's been that it's like he understands that he's sort of just cantering through this one.
83.
He'd have wanted to have it done a lot sooner, but what a response after losing his opening 2 games today. To be in this position now where it's still in his own hands.
46.
Again, character from Worsley.
And what have we said about who's winning in this series so far? It's been all about experience,
99.
not youth. Harrison, Labanauskas and Hamilton. And John knows a thing or two about Andy.
32.
Because the time he got his weekly win, he beat Andy in the final. Maybe that experience is something he can use to get the job done in the next 199 points.
24.
Make that 196.
$42.
Fortunately for John, it looks like Tom has hit the wall.
47.
And this is bad news for Stevie Johnston. Look at that in the
57.
background. Worsley
Johnny
wants this
require
finished
149.
before things get really squeaky. Does he finish it in the next 2 visits?
Well, this is the leg of
89.
dreams, isn't it? You've got the darts. Your opponent, after 15 darts, is still back on 266 in a leg that will confirm you as the Group
96.
A winner.
John, you require 60.
He was the favourite to win the group. Double top.
20.
Press pause.
Tom, you require 170.
Oh, could you imagine? After hitting nothing in the leg. Oh, Worsley would have not have liked what he saw when he turned around there.
John, you require
Now you
40.
can look, John. But can you hit?
Game shot and the match.
Many congratulations to the Womble. He is coming back on Saturday, and his record, his perfect record of making Saturdays when he comes to Portsmouth, it continues. He's played nowhere near his best over the last 3 days. He's fought, he's scraped, he's clawed, but the Womble is back in Saturday night, and he doesn't even know how. It'll be interesting to get his thoughts a little bit later on. But before we do that, we are going to have our last match between Stevie Johnston and Jim Mayer.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like that. Only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series and the last match of Group A. Stevie Johnston, all day long, has lived in hope that he would have a chance to win the group, possibly in the last match. Unfortunately, it's not going to be his group, but he has shown yet again just how competitive he can be. If he wins this final match, he will leave Group A with 22 points, just 2 points adrift of the eventual group winner, John Worsley. We'll hear from John at the end of the show, but let's enjoy one last match before we have our double dose of darts on Thursday and Friday to try and put our lineup together for the finals in week 4.
First leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
This is one of those situations where Stephen would have been preparing for, trying to keep his head down, trying to stay focused and ready for this game, because this could be the one that qualifies him. And ultimately now we'll just have that little bit of disappointment after Worsley got that 4-2 win over Lonsdale.
83.
But I expect Stephen Johnston to continue to play with the same level of intensity, because he's just that sort of character, isn't he? That he needs that intensity, he needs that fire in order to play his best. And despite the disappointment, I still see this one going the same way.
140.
It does mean now that we're going to get an all-Scottish game in Group B, with Sean MacDonald taking on
140.
Stevie Johnston. And Tom Lonsdale is going to be up against Shane McGurk, Adam Lipscomb. So we have a nice mix of Scotland, Ireland, England. And that will be your Dose of late night darts over the next couple of days. If Jim's going to make Saturday night for the first time from his 2 attempts here, he's going to have to go through Chris Quantock, Killian McCormack and Joe Croft, as well as Kai Gotthardt and Dan Asbury once again. Double 12.
Game
Where's that
shot
been,
at
Jim?
first
That's a
leg,
12 darter
Jim
and a
Meyer.
massive finish as well.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
What a great start that is from the man from Luxembourg. Or should we just call him a Luxemburger?
58.
Doesn't someone use Mark Wahlberg, wasn't it? He's got a burger shop now.
Yeah, Wahlburgers, yeah.
60.
The burgers aren't on the wall.
$100.
Do you know where the burger originated?
60.
The actual concept of carrying meat between two patties.
Burger King.
No.
100.
It was brought to Europe by Genghis Khan.
I mean, how do you know this stuff?
I've watched too many documentaries. It's a bit like finding out where did darts start. I believe it was the French military
60.
who started to play it something in the region of a few hundred years ago.
So you're saying the French are to blame for putting the 1 and the 5
140.
next to the treble 20?
I didn't say that. They were throwing darts at stuff, but the actual concept of the dartboard was invented much later.
58.
You should subscribe to the newsletter from Dr. Darts, Patrick Chaplin.
134.
That's the kind of information
Jimmy
you get.
require 125.
Keeps us sharp. Keeps us trying to inform you of stuff that you might not know. Double top for another one. Oh,
Game
look at
shot
that.
and second leg, Jim Meyer.
138 followed by a 125. Jim Meyer
Third
playing like a
leg,
London
Stevens
bus
to
at the
throw
minute.
First. Game on.
Let's just remind ourselves of the thought pattern that I was having yesterday in regards to Jim Meyer and saying
59.
there's surely more in there, because this is a guy who, as we can see from his shirt, isn't plastered in sponsorship, but is a
78.
player that has gone to Switzerland, gone to Belgium, gone to Las Vegas. He's travelling the circuit in
60.
hunt of ranking points because he must believe in his practice, when he's playing at home, when he's playing in his local environment, that he has the game to go further than what he has currently shown.
96.
You won't put that level of investment in. You just go on holiday. You won't be taking time off work. You wouldn't be taking that time away
85.
to chase those points if you didn't think you could get them. And he reached this quarterfinal in a gold event earlier on in the year. There had to be more in there.
24.
He was talking to me about Las Vegas this morning, and he was saying that they had markers
45.
for the gold event in Vegas, but the next day for a silver event they didn't. I thought that was quite an interesting piece of information to have. I wonder why that would be the case.
59.
Yeah, you get different systems out there a lot of the time based on what country you're in, because it's not the overall organisation that are running it, it's the
125.
home nation countries. One I didn't like was the Dutch Open, which has 5,000-6,000 entries, and it was winner marks.
140. Stephen, you require 127.
Come on, Stevie, join the party.
119.
That would have been a nice collection.
Jim, you require 104.
But then Jim could actually add to his own collection. Now he's got to go 54 bull.
21.
That would have been
Stephen,
one
you
of the
require
oddest checkouts we've ever seen.
Game shot on
But it's
third
2-1
leg.
now.
Stephen
Johnston's in the game.
Fourth flag, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
As you see these darts go in the board, we are starting, as the day goes on, to see
42.
them go in more vertical. And maybe with the flight peering left a bit. As the hand tires,
85.
as the mind tires, as everything tires, there is a risk that your darts will not go in as you'd intended. And that is a perfect example of it.
77.
Especially for a player like Jim Mayo, who has a very soft, delicate grip on the barrel. He relies
140.
purely on the swing, shall we say, of the arm. That was firm.
Yeah, that was much better.
133.
And look what happens when it's a little firmer.
100.
I wonder what colour he's going to wear tomorrow. He might be the Peter Jakes of Luxembourg. He might have 8 dart shirts.
133.
This is colour number 3.
100.
You'll have to tune
You
in from
require
1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to find out what
116.
colour he does wear.
$58.
This is a
Even
chance
you
to
require
equalise.
76.
You know this guy loves to wear white and blue
Game shot
because
of
he's
fourth
Scottish to
flag,
the
Stephen
core.
Johnston.
I'm going to be really interested to see him play against Sean.
Fifth flag, it's Stephen to throw first.
Stevie J
Come on.
against the Punisher.
$41.
Might get a few of our Scottish friends tuning in come Thursday and Friday night. People who have played here before, like Sir Andy Bolton, Greg Ritchie,
58.
Jamie Clark maybe. When Darren Beveridge's day is done at the PDC Pro Tour, you might tune in to see those two guys going at it.
I'm sure they will, because there's the one thing I know about dart players from Scotland is they tend to back their own.
Let's not forget against Gary Stone as well.
40.
One of the best Scottish players we've seen down here. And he's going to be coming back at the end of the year.
85.
One of the best players in the ADC system.
$97. $108.
Well, when Jim went 2-0 up with those two big finishes of 125 and 138, I'm sure he was thinking, this is my game. But since then,
59.
Stevie J has just put his foot in the ground and said, no, it's mine.
Game shot of
And the
fifth
lead
flag,
is his
Stephen
as well.
Johnston.
This is a good performance.
Sixth flag, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
This is what he can do. If he shows a little bit more of this in Group B over the next couple of nights, I expect
83.
to see him on Saturday again.
Well, what we've seen for the last couple of days has been really good for Johnson, and certainly in
99.
regards to picking up the results. It's as if the damage was done on Monday, and it's not in a position or a situation that he's been able to turn it around because
59.
Worley just had too much of a cushion.
55.
That was a violent deflection there from Stephen Johnson.
I was recently doing a darts night with
59.
our friend of the sport, Tim Vine, comedian. And one of the first jokes he told on the night, because he put a trophy on a
96.
cushion. And he said, there's the trophy on a 2-leg cushion. And then he took the trophy up, showed the crowd it was actually a cushion with 2 legs on it. It was a 2-leg cushion.
80.
Oh. Wow. I mean, it's not full on Gary Anderson at the World Championship losing a full 180 to the floor, but he's just swapped a 60 for a 60.
140.
Always more painful when your opponent goes up and hits something afterwards. The benefit there for Jim Meyer is it's not in a situation it's going to hurt his chances too much, because even if he wins this game, he's still bottom of the table, but he will feel this should be a 160 finish he's going for, not a setup shot.
41.
But that tends to happen
Stephen,
to
you
people
require
when their darts go
111.
in with a little less pace.
41.
The 70 points that he's left, that should be a guaranteed dart for the match.
99. Stephen, you
To
require
finish proceedings
70.
in Group A, he needs tops.
Game shot and the match.
And he finishes
Stephen
things off. He
Johnston.
did his job, but unfortunately, he just falls 1 short when it comes to Group A. But what a great day he's had. He's won 8 points the last 2 days. So his confidence will be very high going into the next couple of evenings, because Group B is where that man is going. Where we're going is back to the studio to have a little chat to see how today has gone. Group A is done, and we are joined by the winner. But before we talk to John, let's have a look at the results from today. So this is what we've seen over the course of the 15 matches on Wednesday. The last result, Stephen Johnston did his job, but unfortunately, he was not able to win the group because a certain someone sitting next to Matthew Edgar in the studio right now with me, the asset Paul Nicholson, is John Worsley. You have won the group, John, but if I may keep this question really simple, how?
I have no idea, mate. Today I've been atrocious. Put it bluntly, it was terrible. I come here today feeling confident, but just nothing went. Nothing at all. Everything I tried to do, it just won't go in. So in the end, I had to change my throw. And as the day went on, I got a little bit better.
First couple of games were a little shaky, and you put yourself into a bit of a Royal Rumble battle with Stevie Johnston, who was brimming in confidence over the last couple of days. But what did you do ahead of round 3 that made your game start to click? Because there were some really good bits in there.
Yeah, I was in the back room. I was like, what can I do? Like, I've been playing well. And then I changed my throw a little bit. Instead of throwing from my lip, I went from the side of my face slightly. Not too much, just slightly. And I could see an improvement. But I was like, I need to be better. So I ended up dropping it just below my lip. And it worked. How, I don't know.
Your record in this place is pretty good. You've won a week, You never fail to make Saturday, and that perfect record is now intact again. That must make you feel really, really proud of yourself.
It does. It does make me feel very proud of myself. And obviously we had some banter in there with Johnston. Oh, what's his name? Stephen. I had a lot of banter with him. He's a good guy. Very good guy. But yeah, I'm happy with getting through. I just need to play better, mate. It's not good.
What's the plan over the next couple of days? Because Chepstow's not that far away. Are you going to stick around? Are you going to practice on your game? Or are you going to take that home and work on it in a private environment?
I'm not sure. I've got a new girlfriend, so I might go and see her for a couple of days and like see how things go, and then come back on Saturday. I might stay and go to the gym, mind, because I like to lose. I'm trying to lose weight. I put on a little bit since last time I was here because I felt losing too much weight in a short period cost me, and now I put on a little bit. So I'm like up and down all the time at the moment. So I just want to get my darts back to where they were.
Well, let's make you feel very good about yourself, because the table which we have for you right now, that shows your name at the top. You've won it by 2 points. You have the inferior leg difference. So what we can tell you is that you needed to win that last match. It didn't matter about the legs, but seeing your name at the top of that table, yes, you haven't played your best darts this week, but seeing your name there must make you feel good.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, everyone there is a good player. Like, we've all played high-level darts, and when you're in a competition, 6, 7 players, whatever, it's good. They're good players. So to finish top, no matter what, yeah, I'm happy.
Well, let's have a little look as to who you're not going to play over the next couple of days, because you are the winner of Group A. Stevie Johnston goes to Group B. Tom Lonsdale is going to join him. But Matt, we've got Group B coming up with Lipscomb, McGurk and McDonald. And then what do you make of Group C?
Do you know what? Both Group B and Group C, I see the land of opportunity, just like we saw with Group A. And I think everyone's really going to fancy their chances. I don't think anyone looks at that and thinks there's a big hitter in here with a big CV and that's the person I've got to try and get past. I think everyone's going to look at those and think they've got genuine opportunities of winning this, which is going to make some interesting battles. We're going to see some nerves at times, that's for sure. But on the same aspect, I don't think anyone's going to come in and think, I can't win this.
Last one for you, John. 8 from 8. That is your record when it comes to making Saturday night. There's not many people who've got a better record than you. I'm trying to give you some positivity here after what's been a somewhat negative, positive day.
It's a good record, and I'm very happy. But like, going off what you guys were looking at there, I'd rather be in Group C, because that Group B is very good. Like, all of them can get through. I'd rather be in Group C than Group B. Sorry, guys.
Anybody in particular in Group B that really catches your eye there?
You got McDonald. You got McGurk. What's his name? Yeah, Shane McGurk. I played with him before. He's a great player. You got Adam Lipscomb, another Tom. They're all good. I wouldn't want to be in that group. I'll be honest with you. I'd rather be there.
Well, the good thing is you're not going to be in that group. Yeah. But you are going to be on Saturday night. Matt, thanks for your company today. Congratulations to you, John. Great to see you on Saturday night. Once again, we'll see you there. But for now, the Womble is looking for another W on a Saturday night. It could even be a second weekly title for him. But we've still got 2 more days to go. 2 double sessions for you on Thursday and Friday, starting at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. We hope you can join us then. But for now, this is us signing out. We'll see you tomorrow.
Fancy it after that first start. And what a way to finish the game, John Worsley. And with darts like that, he would have every chance of winning the week. Well, it seems to be working. This would be some start. It's double 10 for an absolute beauty. Well, I think John Worsley was winding me up earlier when he said he hasn't been practicing, because that's a 12-darter opener.